All right, very good afternoon, YouTube. It's Captain Nabs here with you once again for another good luck from Edmonton. Thank you, Cody. Um, Welcome back onto the controller scopes. As you can see, we got a special overlay today because today is special. It's Cross the Pond Westbound Edition 2021, and we are going to be we're going to be seeing quite a lot of traffic pass through our airspace. Right now it's absolutely dead, unfortunately, but we've got 3 airplanes inbound in the next 5 to 7 minutes here, and we'll start to do that. So this is our airspace today for at least the first shift. For the next 2 hours, this is going to be our airspace. We are going to be controlling what's known as the Sioux High sector or the North Bay sector, which is basically this whole northern third, almost half of the Toronto FIR. So we won't be controlling any real traffic inbound to Toronto for the most part. We are going to be dealing with mostly in this sector today is overflights. So overflights to Chicago and Denver. There's going to be a stream of arrivals coming through the southern kind of area here, and then there's going to be another kind of northern stream of arrivals going to Denver. So those are the two tracks that we're going to be primarily dealing with today, as well as, of course, any random pop-up traffic. So for those of you out there watching, if anybody is not controlling and not already flying, come join me in the northern part of the Toronto FIR, where it's pretty quiet right now, but I will provide you with some A-plus service between the various airports in this area. So we have a bunch of airports, including one controlled airport here. So if you want full top-down service, log on here at Sault Ste. Marie, CYAM, and I can provide you with full service from there. Otherwise, feel free to log into any of the other ones within my control space here. So we've got Timmins, Kapuskasing, Wawa, Marathon, Earlton, I believe Kirkland Lake's right there, Moosonee, all places that everyone has always said they wanted to visit, right? uh, yeah, not exactly not exactly, like I said, the most lucrative sector right now, but it will get busy, and it's going to be interesting because we're going to be working on sequencing. So we are kind of almost the last stop. There's actually two sectors for the guys going to Chicago. There's actually two sectors. They go through a big chunk of Minneapolis before they actually get to Chicago Center. But from I don't know exactly what the routing is today, but it's somewhere in this area here. When we get some first airplanes on here, we'll see. But they're about 200, 300 miles from top of descent. At this point, they should be just about perfectly sequenced. So the airplanes are going to have to be separated by 10 miles in trail by the time they leave the Toronto FIR airspace. So that's my job, is to take the airplanes during this, what do I got, about 200 miles here, and make sure that they have sufficient spacing between them. Other than that, not much going on. We got a couple of inbounds here. We got one to Ottawa, one going down to Toronto, and one off to SFO. We are really just at the leading edge of the wave. It's not here yet, but it's coming pretty quick. So the shift starts early just to make sure we cover anybody and everybody who's a part of the wave. And if I can bring up, let's see here. If I can bring up the VATSIM map and share it with you guys. The funny thing, there we go. Let's see if I do this, and then I do this. There you go, guy. Nope. There you go. So there is the VATSIM map right now. And as you can see, we got tons of inbounds, a lot of stuff going into the northeast U.S. But if I scroll up just a little bit here, you'll see all the guys that we're going to be dealing with. The ones inbound to not so much Toronto, but Chicago and Denver. So here's one Chicago line coming. We don't see them yet on radar, but they're starting to get pretty close. And then we'll also have a Chicago line down to the south as well. So here's the Chicago line. It's a little bit later getting started, but it will be on its way here soon. So that's what we're going to be dealing with today. Not a whole lot of stuff, but nevertheless, it's going to be interesting because it's going to get pretty busy pretty fast. It's going to ramp up pretty fast when the planes start coming, and then it's going to be nonstop talking. So if I don't read the chat window for any length of time today, please don't be offended. At the end of the day, it's just because of the amount of traffic. Expecting a handoff here from the Edmonton sector soon, I think. Or is that Winnipeg? Oh, that is Winnipeg. Okay, that's Winnipeg. Now, I thought I saw something on... there's one departure out of Sudbury. Sudbury does not quite fall into our airspace right now. That is unfortunately falling into the, I believe, the Killaloo sector. So there's one departure out of Sudbury right now. No flight plan yet. So, like I said, got lots of airspace here. Lots of interesting airports in northern part of Ontario here, mostly uncontrolled, but nevertheless, we've also got Elliott Lake and Gore Bay if you guys want to drop into those. So some of these are not long flights. If you're to do Sault Ste. Marie over to Elliott Lake or Gore Bay, that's not a very long flight. That's like 100 miles, I think, not even 85 miles. So you can do one of those pretty quickly and easily. Also, Sault Ste. Marie makes an excellent staging ground for anybody who wants to fly into Toronto in another hour or so when it starts to really get busy, and try and experience that. So, yeah, if anybody's interested in that, in setting up a flight to Toronto, there's some great departure points here in Northern Ontario that will be great. We'll be able to funnel you into North America or into Toronto. All right, we got our first airplane coming in here now, finally.
Toronto Center, WestJet 933 at flight level 370 with you.
Oh, WestJet 933, Toronto Center. Good morning and welcome. I guess it's actually afternoon.
Good morning to you as well.
Captain Piscus, and welcome. Thanks for watching. Hope you like the custom overlay there for Cross the Pond. All right, so welcome aboard. We got our first airplane. We got a
Toronto Center Express 578 checking in with you at 370.
Canadian Express 578 Toronto Center. Good afternoon. Welcome. All right, we got a third one here. Nobody's very exciting here. Everyone's just traveling in parallel courses now, but very soon we're going to start to see these lines of traffic starting to cut through. All right, just a little intercontroller chat as well. Just to make sure, the biggest thing in an event like this is when you're dealing with the en route sectors is knowing who to hand off to, because normally 99% of the time on VATSIM, if there's a center controller online, there's only one. There's only one controller on. So normally you know who to hand to, and then all of a sudden when you get an event like this and you've got 3, 4, 5, 6 different center controllers on, all of a sudden it's a little more challenging trying to figure out who to hand things to, and nobody's familiar with the breakdowns of these because it so seldom happens. So we've tried to publish them to the other various groups, but sometimes it's just the easiest thing is just go right to the source and just ask somebody, hey, who do I hand off to for these airplanes? All right, so looks like we got our first cross the pond traffic just kicking in up here. And actually, I don't think I actually have the cross the pond columns enabled here. American 75 Heavy, Toronto Center 380, good afternoon. Let me see here, so let me just make sure I have everything that I need here. Now I don't seem to have it anymore, ironically enough. The one thing that I think I need is not actually properly installed, which is funny because I spent like hours yesterday trying to configure this and make sure it worked properly, and apparently I missed at least something. So just give me a second while I just really quickly make sure I have what I need here installed. Because I thought I had it all configured yesterday, but apparently I did not. Apparently in all the working through everything to try and get it all working, this was the one thing that got missed. So we're going to just try and get it up and running right now so we can make sure we're aware of because then we'll be able to actually see on the tags who is actually event traffic. Assuming I don't freeze my scope trying to find that out. Okay, there we go. There it is. Now it's all marked. So you can see the event traffic has got a very specific mark on the tag, and I can even put it in my lists as well. Just going to move this guy here, and I'm just going to do a quick little. All right, so now I've added a custom column to my overlay here. You guys probably can't see it because it's just not quite far enough over here, but that should do it. And you can see I've got a custom column here called event, so all the traffic that's in my sector that's for the event should be listed there. I should probably likewise add this to my inbound list as well. Sorry, I'm not talking as much as I could be, guys. I'm also kind of texting here with some of the other controllers to make sure we're all coordinated for what's going to happen here. As it does get busy, it's going to suddenly, we're not going to be able to deal with it anymore. All right, and there's that one airplane that I was talking about that was on the ground in Sudbury, which is just not quite inside our airspace. Unfortunately, they're going to Montreal, so we'll never really get to talk to them, but oh well, what are you going to do? So that's all controlled by the Killaloo sector, and then beyond that is a couple of other sectors down here. So down in the south corner where all the inbound traffic to Toronto is where it's going to be, there's quite a few very small sectors that are going to be very busy with all the descents and everything. So you're starting to see some of that event traffic now pop up on the east side. And if you do see yourself in the channel or in the on the stream, just give a little shout out. If you see yourself pop into view over here, oh, we got. I'm going to guess this guy's a Concorde over here, doing flight level 590. Speedbird 909er Concorde. Yep. So we have our first catch of the day on our way to Chicago, and then we got this guy here who's just trying to lead the pack here on the way to Chicago. I like it. This is going to be good. It's quiet now, it really is, but it'll pick up quite quickly here in the next little bit. So if you're bored right now, feel free to go pick up another stream, watch another stream, but come back in about a half an hour, and this channel is going to start popping here because we're just getting the leading edge now. Here comes the first edge of that wave across the pond, and it's just not going to stop for 4 hours thereafter at least. wonder if it'd be a little bit fun just to tune in some other frequencies right now, just to sort of get a little bit of extra interest going on here. What else can we kick up here? Let's just pick up some of the adjacent sectors and see if there's anything exciting happening in them. So if I get the Killaloo Center up, not much happening in there either. Start adding other call signs until I find something exciting happening. I guess the other thing we could do is we could just listen into the Montreal Center, who's going to be handing us our airplanes. Just trying to get something to listen to right now.
I hear you great now, thanks.
Perfect, thank you.
There we go. Just going to watch these airplanes slowly track across our sky. Just going to move this down so you guys can see pretty much all of our airspace here in one go. Weird little visual artifact that the streaming created there. Don't know why that was, but that's all right. So we got this guy going to Chicago and these guys going to Chicago. I have a feeling that it's not going to be much of an issue in terms of separation between these two guys. No, they're going to be well ahead. These next two guys, we're going to have to do something about. And I think it looks like there's already things happening there.
983 on frequency.
Yeah, they're okay.
You're good. Okay, thank you. No problem.
Control set flight 119 with you, flight level 300.
Flight 119, Montreal Center, good day, identify 300. Flight 119 Heavy, you're taking over Boeing 777 ahead of you. Are you able to flight level 320 or 280?
Yeah, I can go to 32, no problem.
Flight 119, flight level 320.
Flight 320, airport 119.
Montreal United 581 reporting back.
United 581, thank you.
Montreal American 87 Juliet.
American 87 Juliet, Montreal.
Just reference your last call, we are still at 300, but our optimum is much higher. At what point are we able to climb again?
American 87 Juliet, you're fine there. Let me know if you want to climb. The traffic behind you is climbing at 320. It's just he's a little faster than you.
Yeah, we'll be looking for 360, it says that.
American 87 Juliet, roger, climb flight level 360.
Okay, that's a 36. Thank you.
Emerald 235 Heavy, Toronto, welcome aboard.
All right, Still not much going on. We're going to start having some stuff happen here soon. For now, we've got a couple other frequencies tuned in just to sort of provide some interest, something to listen to while we're waiting for things to happen. So I've got the Killaloo sector down here tuned in, and I've also got the Montreal sector over here tuned in. So we'll be hearing some of the people that were on their way in here. Got another Toronto inbound over here, carving their way down. So it's going to be interesting. Like, and as much as there's going to be big streams of traffic in one direction, I would love to see some traffic crossing in other directions. So anybody out there watching wants somewhere to fly, come and fly with us. We're going to have tons of time to go and see what's going on here. Oh, who's handing off to us now here? Oh, right up here. Our first VATSIM cross the pond traffic is being handed over. Time to kill the other radio frequencies so I can actually hear when they start calling up.
Iguana 362 Heavy, call Toronto now. Frequency is 127.25. Have a good flight.
And that's us, Iguana. So we'll get rid of the extra audio tracks now, because now it's going to start to get a little more busy. We're going to need to actually focus on what's going on here.
Toronto Center, good afternoon, Iguana 362 Heavy with you, flight level 400.
Iguana 362 Heavy, Toronto Center, flight level 400, welcome.
And 362, as possible, would like to request 15 minutes out of the cockpit.
Iguana 362, that is approved. Let me know when you're back.
Okay, back.
Toronto, good afternoon, United 6 Heavy, flight level 340.
United 196 Heavy, Toronto Center, good afternoon. Flight level 340, welcome aboard. Your mic is a little bit intermittent. It just keeps kind of cutting in and out. I'm not going to talk to him too much, hopefully, so it shouldn't be too much problem. But all right, do we have Minneapolis?
I hope it's better right now.
And United 196, yeah, that was much better. The previous time, it just cut in and out a couple times throughout the transmission, but that sounds great now. Thank you.
Thanks for letting know. Appreciate it.
No problem. Definitely want to figure these things out now before you get into Chicago's airspace and they're talking to 14 different guys. Here comes the horde. Travis, you're watching, are you, Travis? Yeah, here comes the horde. Travis, what's your call sign? Post that in the chat and let's see if we can find you on our browser here. We're gonna creep you a little bit here. If I can find you. They're starting to come here. And what was I looking up? I was also looking up, try and make sure I know who I'm handing off to in Minneapolis. Right now there's only one Minneapolis online. All right, let's just... So right now they have the minimum separation that's required, which is 10 miles. If I pop it in there, they've actually got 12. So as long as they stay that far apart, which is only about a minute apart, so far I don't see the Minneapolis center we need to do. Delta 155 Heavy, Toronto, good afternoon, flight level 390. Flight level 390 is incorrect for the direction of flight. Did you want to go up to flight level 400?
Negative,
All right, Delta 155. Descend flight level 380. If you become able to get to 400 and you want to go up there, just let me know.
Okay, thanks. 380, Delta 155.
I really want to keep people... All right, yeah, I really want to keep people adhering to the altitude orders today because it just makes my life a little bit easier when I don't have to be considering people crossing wrong ways. So wrong ways probably not going to fly too much unless I really need it for someone specifically because of the traffic load. So let's see here. All right, so we will need a little more entrail. So now Minneapolis is telling me they want 20. Well, yeah, never mind, he's not there. All right, and that looks like that's probably Canadian Express 126 right there, just airborne off Sudbury. I'm just watching what's happening down here because it's always interesting to see other things that are happening. See him squawking ident. Scandinavian 943 X-ray Heavy Toronto flight level 360. Welcome. Good afternoon. All right. We're getting there now. Now we're starting to have a few airplanes in our airspace. Of course, we lost the one guy that was inbound to Toronto, but hey, we got two more coming here. Well, actually, we got one for Toronto, one for JFK. What's the routing on this guy? He's pretty much following the same standard route as well. Works for me. So Iguana's got a little tiny bit of a lead here on United 196. He's doing 480. He's doing 470. So it's only a difference of 10 knots, but that'll make another 10 miles in an hour, which they're going to be in my airspace for about an hour, give or take.
Senator, do you have which active runways are landing into Ottawa for WestJet 933?
WestJet 933 negative. You're going to be talking to the next controller here in about 5 minutes. He can probably get you that information. I can find out if you really need me to, or if you can wait 5 minutes, you can just ask him directly.
Roger, yeah. I'll wait 5 minutes for WestJet 933.
Thanks. Not that I'm that busy yet.
Hey, we gotta do it right here.
All right. Killaloo from Suhai. Do you know which runway they're arriving in Ottawa? Keep popping down the list. I'll find out anyways, because it's not that busy yet. Sounds good. I figured you might know, maybe not. Who knows? WestJet just was asking. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so got the answer. And WestJet 933 Toronto.
Go ahead for WestJet 933.
Yeah, not doing too much right now. So I went and asked. They're saying right now it's runway 25 in Ottawa, and 32 is available upon request.
All right. Thanks for that, WestJet 933. Appreciate it.
No problem. nice thing about this event traffic too is it's mostly at different altitudes too. So in terms of conflicts, I don't have to worry too much about it. But when they start crossing, when anybody starts crossing this event stream, that's where I'm going to have to start worrying about what's going on. So they're going out to Wawa, Strode, Folgo. And all of them are flying the same route, right? Yeah, Wawa, Stannard? I don't know what that. Sometimes it's hilarious trying to pronounce 5-letter fixes, and you're just trying to figure out what the author, whoever created this, had in mind. Because sometimes they do mean something. One that was always funny to me, and I couldn't figure it out for a long time, and then someone explained it to me, and it's like, oh my god, how did I not see that? And that is the what's the arrival into Atlanta? I'm just going to find it. Just give me a second. I'm going to find it and pull it up on my screen here. But the Andre 1 arrival. I used to do that arrival all the time, and I haven't done it in so long now. But the Andre 1 arrival into Atlanta. And it's one of those ones that, again, I didn't realize what it meant until somebody explained to me. And then it was like one of those moments like, how am I such an idiot that I never realized that? So here it is. It's yeah. So this is the Andre 1, and so after Pup Dog, which that one kind of is self-explanatory, you get a lady, we all, and no, and then you get Strewy, right? Strewy, or at least that's what I said for the longest time until someone finally pointed out to me, it's Zeppelin, right? A lady we all know is Stairway, and I looked at it, and I'm like, how did I miss that? For like 2 years, I missed that. Some of them are so subtle though. Like if you don't know kind of what they're getting at, you don't understand it. I always like this one too. This is also the funny part right here when you enter the terminal and you're going for the 2027s here. Smelly gas cloud. I always like that one. Yeah, I'm easily amused. I'm sorry. But there are some great ones out there, guys. Share your favorites while you're watching here, just while we're waiting for something to happen here. But share your favorites of what you really, your favorite combinations of chart fixes, because there's some really, really classic, funny ones out there. All right, starting to get some stuff handed to us en masse here. WestJet 933, contact Toronto Center now on 121.22. Good day. WestJet 933, contact Toronto Center 121.22. Good day. Hello, WestJet. WestJet 933, Toronto.
Yeah, 12122 for WestJet 933.
You got it. Have a great rest of the day.
You too, thank you.
And Canadian Express 578 made it back with us. Ed, sorry, I stepped on his last call sign. Say again. Sabina 1, Toronto, good afternoon. Welcome. Confirm you're at flight level 380.
Affirm for level 380, and I need to step out of it for about 40 minutes, if that's possible.
Sabina 1. Okay, let's have a look here. I probably won't be able to prove a whole 40 minutes. Can we make it 30?
I'll try my best.
All right, Sabina 1. 30 minutes out of the flight deck is approved. I am going to need some speed adjustments from you when you get back. So as close to 30 minutes as you can make it, please, so I can get the speed adjustments before I hand you off to Minneapolis.
Well, I'll try 30 minutes, Sabina.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, Toronto Center, Canadian Express 578. I was disconnected and didn't realize it. Just wondering if I missed anything.
Canadian Express 578. Nope, we're kind of sad that you were gone, but welcome back. And I'll have a handoff for you here in just a moment.
Thank you, sir.
And Canadian Express 578, it looks to be like you're a little bit off course potentially. Are you direct to Setco now or Darren? Okay, Canadian Express 578, I copy that. Looks like you're missing a couple of fixes on the arrival then, but all right, continue direct boxing.
Direct boxing, okay, 578.
Missing a few fixes on there, but that's fine.
Student, good afternoon. This is United 581 Heavy with you for level 400 inbound Yankee Mike Oscar BOR.
United 581 Heavy, Toronto Center, good afternoon. Welcome aboard.
Thank you, sir. Requesting 5 minutes out of the cockpit if possible for United 581.
United 581, what's your Mach number right now?
At this moment, we have 0.86 for United 581.
Okay, United 581, you said 10 minutes?
5 minutes, but we can do it one service if you need it, United 581.
No, United 581, that's fine. 5 minutes out of the flight deck is approved. Thank you.
15, I will call United 581. Thank you.
Thank you. 17. I gotta start writing down what time these guys are due back in the flight deck because otherwise I'm gonna lose track. Canadian Express 578, contact Toronto Center 121.22. Have a good day.
Cheers to 121.22. Thanks very much. See you soon. 578.
Bye bye. Air Canada 365, flight level 330. Welcome. Let's check if this and Iguana 362 Heavy, thank you very much. And Iguana 362 Heavy, what is your Mach number right now?
Iguana 362 Heavy, max decimal 87.
Iguana 362 Heavy, I assume that's probably your pretty much maximum speed.
That's affirmative, 362 Heavy.
Okay, Iguana 362, keep it to Mach decimal 86 or faster, please.
86 or faster, 362 Heavy.
I'm not even sure I can see.
Toronto Center, November 01 uniform Papa, flight level 350. Good afternoon.
And was that November 001 uniform Papa? And was that last call from November 001 uniform Papa?
Toronto Center, repeat please.
Toronto's, is that November 001 uniform Papa calling?
Yeah, it's November 001 uniform Papa.
November 001 uniform Papa, flight level 350. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
All right. So it's not too bad here. What we're aiming for is 20 miles in trail. So I got 15, 50, 55, and then these guys are on top of each other. So at this point, I'm hoping this guy overtakes. I'm hoping the United 581 overtakes the Sabina one here. So that's what I'm basically going to have happen here because he's got 20 knots on him. That could get me 20 miles in an hour, which is how long I'm basically going to have these guys for. They're basically going to be in my airspace for pretty much an hour, showing 1843 over this fix down here when they leave the airspace, so that should work. All right. Yeah. I was looking at the traffic for Boston and New York, and they look like they're getting absolutely slammed. We are not going to have nearly the amount of traffic that they're getting there. Okay, so our handoff here is Minneapolis 12 center, so he is... I've got to write down... I've got so many adjacent sectors that I'm not used to that I have to write down all the frequencies to make sure that I know I've got a list of everybody to hand off to.
Toronto, good day. Firebird 5260, level 380.
Firebird 5260 Heavy, Toronto Center, flight level 380, welcome. Looks like the first event traffic, though, that's that Concorde again. It's on his way into Toronto. Got a bunch of people down here. Are these non-events? I guess these are just leading the pack non-event traffic, maybe? All right, so these guys, this is Toronto, this is New York, and this is all the lineup going to Chicago. Make sure they get 20 miles. If they don't get 20 miles, we'll see what we can do as we get a little closer here. It's not a particularly large airspace, but it is still about an hour to cross the airspace, so there's plenty of time to do things for these aircraft that are on the way. We just gotta think about it. Just gotta give it a little bit of just gotta have enough time to think about what we're doing. There we go. Put all our event columns right here on the left-hand side. And then, oh, it's way too wide still, though. There we go. That's a little more useful. This is new. Like, we don't normally. This is a new plugin we're using to just determine whether or not these aircraft are event traffic or not. So it's like I said, it's new. We're sort of getting used to it. We haven't really used it too much before. It's nice to have, and that's one thing that's probably making Cross the Pond run smoother.
Toronto, United 581, reporting back with you.
United 581 Toronto, thank you very much. What's your Mach number?
0.86, United 581.
United 581 Mach decimal 86. Okay. Yeah. Okay, disregard. Sorry, wrong United. I was thinking one. I was thinking United 196. It's 581, so that's not help me because I need the Sabina. That's who I need. Yeah, these targets are almost merging, which is good. That's fine. And they'll United will overtake the Sabina. I'll just get the Sabina to slow down in a little bit here. United 196 Heavy Toronto.
196, go ahead.
United 196, what's your current Mach number?
Decimal 86, United 196.
United 196, slow to Mach decimal 84 for spacing to Chicago, and I'll try to get you back to 86 in a couple of minutes.
Reducing to Mach decimal 84, that's fine, we can stay at decimal 84 if you don't mind, 196.
United 196. Okay. Yeah, maintain Mach decimal 84. I think that'll work out just fine. The traffic behind you is quite a long way, the next traffic, so that'll work just fine if you keep Mach decimal 84. Actually, it'll space them out nicely for them. The further apart they are, the more evenly spaced they are, the easier it is on the next guy, as long as it doesn't create a backlog. Okay, still not terribly. Lucas, welcome. Thanks for checking out the stream today. And Delta 4211. Oh, Nick, thank you very much for watching. I haven't seen you around much, but hopefully I'll see you at some point. Yeah, Lucas, feel free to come if you're worried about how busy the event is. I got a whole swath of airports here in Northern Ontario with nothing going on. I can give you some premium service in and out of those airports. So don't be a stranger. It actually provides some interesting, contrast to kind of cross the line one way or another. As much as it's interesting to see like a huge volume of traffic, it's more fun for the controllers when the traffic is kind of pseudo-random and going in every direction. When it's sort of somewhat organized like this, it does require some work, but it's a different kind of work. All right, so I'm just going to make sure I have some spacing targets here. So these two are my biggest, most critical thing here, and I'm going to have to work on them. All right, sorry. Just making a funny comment to the guy in Minneapolis here as we're discussing our handoffs. Don't think he's too busy yet either, but he's going to get it in about a half an hour. There are some people on this network that have a great sense of humor. I will have to say that. All right, we can probably hand him off. Today's tax day for you. Didn't finish till about 30 minutes ago. Oh. I suppose that's important. I suppose that's a get out of jail free card on that one, but. And I actually should check this as well. Let's see here. What am I looking for? I don't even see this guy on my list here. Oh, there he is. American 75 Heavy. Contact Winnipeg Center now. 134.15. G'day. Take care. All right, so this is working out nicely. It's slowly growing, but because we got time, we only need a small growth rate there, and we'll have 20 miles in trail. We got lots of nice spacing here everywhere, except for these two guys. These are the two guys that are going to require some finessing on my part here shortly. I have to say, like, so far it's looking pretty nice, and it looks like mostly the spacing has been accomplished for us. Even just, I think, by the nature of the slots that were issued, it seems like the spacing has been pretty well done here already. So that's good. We got some of the first track of our southern line coming in here now. So we have 2 Chicago lines. We got a North Chicago line and a South Chicago line. And now the South Chicago line, we're just starting to get this. Let's see, where are these guys coming from here? These guys came from, these guys came from Rome. So these guys, it's hard to read now because the tags get all messed up. But Copenhagen, tags now get messed up because of the fact that there's the equipment tags have gotten so long that they don't fit into a standard tag, and they just overlap a whole bunch of other stuff and overwrite a whole bunch of other stuff now. So it's very frustrating to kind of look at that. So far, it's unfolding pretty nicely. And this is one thing that they've been getting better about. We've been getting better about using technology to you know, I mean, in the real world, they've been using technology to help manage traffic for years and decades, and VATSIM's been kind of in the dark ages where we're just happy to have technology that allows us to just simulate the radar screen, and we haven't been using technology to really manage traffic for major events like this, and now we finally got some real good tech teams that are really working on this, that are getting the traffic managed. Got rid of the mod, so I'm hoping I can finally land Toronto again. I hope so. I hope you get to land in Toronto soon. It would be a great day to come down because it's gonna be fun there. But even so, like I said, there's a whole ton of other good airports all around the Toronto FIR here. In Northern Ontario, it's mostly uncontrolled, so you can kind of depart on your own. But I do have one control tower here in Sault Ste. Marie. It's open today. It's up and running. I got an ATC up there, even if anybody wants it to boot up and head over there. So, you know. Feel free if you're not already flying, boot up in Sault Ste. Marie, head over to Sudbury or Timmins, or head down to Toronto if you want. Gonna have tons of fun though. There goes that WestJet 933 we were talking to earlier. He's on his way down into Ottawa now. He started his descent, so. Scandinavian 943 Charlie Heavy, Toronto Center, flight level 300, welcome. And he's not marked as event traffic, but he's on the event route. I'm gonna let it go at this point. I'm gonna assume somebody else has asked the question at this point to determine if he was supposed to be there or not. I want to assume that at this point. If I send him direct to Wawa, or if I send him direct to will that buy me a little more time? That'll probably buy me a little more time. Standard. Let's do that rather than make a big change here. United 581 Toronto. Proceed direct standard. Sierra Tango November Romeo Delta.
Proceed direct standard. Sierra Tango November Romeo Delta for United 581.
You got it. That will help actually by shortcutting him. That'll build a little bit more space with that Sabina behind him. All right. And last call for Toronto was pretty broken up. Say again. Yeah, that's it. Okay, good. Sorry, I'm trying to hand this off to this guy here. Delta 155, contact Minneapolis now, 132.42. Good day.
132.42,
and is that Sabino 1 calling? Sabina 1, perfect. Thank you very much. Your mic's a little broken up, but should be okay. What's your current Mach number? Sabina 1 confirmed, Mach decimal 81. At Sabina 1, I'm sorry. It's completely kind of breaking up as you're talking there. Can you just type it out for me? What's your current Mach number? Sometimes it's just easier to go to text. And Delta 155, if I didn't say it already, contact Minneapolis 132.42. Sabina 1, thank you. And for sequencing to Chicago, make it Mach decimal 79er for now, and I'll try to get you back to 81 soon.
Mach decimal 79er, Sabina.
Sabina 1, thank you. And your mic is now 100% better. Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, so that solves that last problem. It's these two guys are really my big problem. As long as I get them separated, then we're okay. United 196 Toronto. United 196, I've got the spacing I need from the traffic ahead. Did you want to go back up to Mach decimal 86, or are you happy at 84?
We'll go back to decimal 86 if you don't mind.
Sure, United 196, Mach decimal 86 or less.
Thank you.
All right. Are you just prepping yourself early for the handoff? Okay. Emirates 9367 Heavy, Toronto, good day. Flight level 380. Yeah, so far it's pretty organized. There's been a couple planes that have been on top of each other, but for the most part, the average spacing between them is more than adequate. See, and the key with center control is just planning ahead. When you're dealing with center control, you're dealing with sequencing airplanes to an airport, the biggest thing is planning far enough ahead that you're not making sudden big changes at the last minute. A small change, 1 or 2 Mach numbers early on, a slight 5-degree turn off course, doesn't seem like much, but over the course of 100 miles, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, those small changes can add up to a pretty big change. So that's probably the biggest key is to start working the problem early. So as soon as you see the problem, start working it. So between a small Mach number adjustment here and this guy ahead getting a little bit of a direct 2, that's going to help create a little extra spacing that I need here without unduly affecting it. Yeah, so these guys are not even marked as event traffic. I wonder if it's not picking up on everybody correctly, because I think if the call signs don't match correctly, I'm not 100% sure how the event tracking flag works, if it's just based on the call sign, or if it's based on like the controller ID, the VATSIM ID. Curious, actually. Maybe I can. I'll have to ask that question later and see if I can find an answer to that, because if it's based on the VATSIM ID, then it should still be valid for even if you've had to change your call sign because somebody else logged in with your call sign, stole your call sign. So this is going to be my next problem here, is this guy is catching up. This guy's really going quite slow. It's again 330. Scandinavian 943 Charlie, Toronto. Scandinavian 943 Charlie, what's your current Mach number?
Mach decimal 80.
Sorry, confirm you said Mach decimal 80? And Scandinavian 943 Charlie, can you pick it up to Mach decimal 83 or faster?
Yeah, no, keep it at Mach decimal 83.
Scandinavian 943 Charlie, thank you very much. That should be enough to get me 20 more knots, which should be enough to just keep him nicely ahead of this guy here. So already we got 11 miles between them and increasing, so we should have no problem getting the 20 miles by the time we get to the end of the airspace here. Qatari, Alitalia. Another Qatari. Where are these Qataris coming from? Yes, I think we already looked into that. These are all the guys that are coming from Rome. They're fairly far south in their departure. That's why they're fairly far south on the arrival. Rome is very south departure. What's crazy about this event, though, is that it's just finishing in Europe now. The last waves of aircraft have... Some of the last waves of the aircraft have just entered the oceanic airspace. So there's 5 or 6 hours of airplanes still to arrive here on the North American side. The first few airplanes are just getting ready to touch down now, but the end of them have just barely left Europe. Just looking at the...
Firebird 5260, request to leave flight for about 5 minutes if possible.
Firebird 5260 Toronto, that's approved. Let me know when you're back.
We'll go 5260 here.
Gonna start marking these AFKs so I know when they're due back. Sabina was back too, actually, so I could probably delete that. I've seen a lot worse, though, that's for sure. I've seen much worse across the ponds in terms of bunching of aircraft on the tracks, and I think part of it too is just the diversity of the tracks that are being offered this time as well. Part of it was that the fact that the tracks were planned a week in advance at least. They were being negotiated over a month in advance. I think both ID and call sign has to match. Someone took the call sign last CTP. Yeah. Okay, so it's both ID and call sign. Nick, you just left Amsterdam. Aw. What a pity, my friend. I'm going to be long gone before you ever get here. Unless you're flying a Concorde, I'm going to be long gone before you ever get here. Too bad. But where was I here? Yeah. So if I switch this just to the browser really quickly again, because I just like to show this here. But again, like the last tail ends of the traffic here are just leaving Europe. So still got 4 or 5 hours of airplanes. But look at how wide the area is that these airplanes are crossing as well. So this is one thing that has been improved this year more than the others. By planning the routes in advance, there was a lot of time spent negotiating the routes to try and separate them farther apart, that the control can be spread across more and more divisions than before. And that, I think, is one of the big things, is just spreading the traffic out even more. So this is, so now you've got all this traffic. It's spread out across more controllers than ever. And that's, I think, making it so that no one controller gets completely overloaded, hopefully. That's kind of the goal. And that was one of the reasons why there was such a diversity of airports chosen this time around, was to spread it out across such a large number of tracks. So instead of even having like 5 tracks, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There's like 18 different tracks across the Atlantic here. So there's tons of different controllers online. The control is being spread. The aircraft are being spread across so many controllers that hopefully nobody's getting overloaded. And this has been the problem in the past, is that especially certain sectors, depending on where the actual CTP tracks fell, certain sectors like Moncton or Montreal or even Boston would be so completely overloaded, and one or two controllers would be so completely overloaded. So by just determining the tracks farther in advance and trying to spread them over across a wider area, it's really diluted the number of aircraft and across the system, which makes it such a more reasonable number to control. That the event is a lot more leisurely. There's not so much of a panic on frequency anymore, as has been in the past. All right, this guy's about to reach Wawa. My first airplane's about to reach Wawa here. Anywho, I'll stop reading that stuff now. Back to CTP. Lord knows there's probably a lot of other streamers out there streaming today, though. All right, so this worked out. I got him to go a little faster. He sped it up to about 450 knot ground speed, so now he's maintaining a nice consistent distance ahead of the Emirates. We got 16 miles already here. We're going to have 20 very soon. We'll be able to pick Sabina up again very soon. Air Canada 365, contact Toronto Centre now, 121.22. Good day.
121.22, thank you very much for that. Is the Canada 365.
Air Canada 365, just to make sure you got the frequency right, 121.22. Perfect, thanks. Have a good day. Just want to make sure. Don't want anybody getting lost today. This looks like this guy should be... This should be this guy based on the squawk code. Somehow he's way off course according to the flight plan. His flight plan's missing like half of the fixes. He got nothing after Clavey. So I might see if I can get these things in there. There's always one or two going the opposite direction. That's okay. The opposite directions are fun. That's the challenge. When everyone's fairly nicely lined up, as you can see, it's not a particularly challenging event at this point in time. There's lots of airplanes on the screen, but because they're all nicely organized, everyone's flying the same exact route, it's all well organized, I can focus on any airplanes that are problematic. So like this guy up here, this next guy that I'm going to talk to here, just because his flight plan is missing. Firebird 5260, Toronto, thank you. Yeah, I think this is... Nuclear Jet says this is probably the most chill across the pond he's been in yet, and I tend to concur with that. And again, like I said, it's probably because it's so diverse. The other thing too is, of course, that because we're now simulating ADS-B in VATSIM, where you don't have to make a position report at every single or at every 10 degrees of longitude. There's not a big push to try and get through on frequency. It's basically the oceanic frequencies are much like this sector, where you check in at the beginning and then you check out in the end, and only when stuff changes do you actually need to talk to somebody. So I think that has been one change. But like I said, one thing that the VATSIM, the Cross the Pond team has really tried to do in the last little while is push having a push technology, having technology available to help make the events just run smoother. This is also happening behind the scenes for FNOs and things like that as well. But of course, Cross the Pond being like the penultimate event of this entire community. This is the one that often strains the network the most. This is the one that benefits the most from the technology that's being put into place here. So and I think you'll see that even the last one, the eastbound back in the fall, I thought was also very chill. I felt the eastbound was fairly chill because of the way that the slot times were being displayed on our screens. We could actively really enforce the slot times, and it's not that we're trying not to enforce them, but oftentimes we just didn't have the information in front of us, and there's so much going on we don't have time to look it up on a whole spreadsheet of data of lists. But if it's actually here in our list of information, and we can even have takeoff times in there, it makes our lives a lot easier when the information's there. So a lot of this has just been sort of, we've had the sorry, is that that's North Shuttle 706? North Shuttle 706 Toronto, welcome, flight level 360. And if you have a moment, I'd just like to ask you about your flight plan. North Shuttle 706, I just show the last fix on your flight plan that's filed as Clavey, which you passed a little while ago. Are you flying the whole event route into Chicago?
I think we got the entry point of the ILS 27 center, direct North Shuttle 706.
North Shuttle 706. Okay, I just want to confirm your routing here. So at this point, you are direct to Yankee X-Ray Zulu, is that correct?
Negative, direct to Oscar Romeo Sierra Charlie Lima.
Oscar Romeo Sierra Charlie Lima. Oscar Romeo Sierra Charlie Lima. North Shuttle 706, okay. I'm going to put you back on the event route here, just to keep you lined up with all the rest of the traffic. Just advise when you're ready to copy.
I think we can copy now in North Shuttle 706.
North Shuttle 706, so you're cleared to Chicago O'Hare via present position, direct to Yankee X-Ray Zulu, then direct Sierra Tango November Romeo Delta, direct Folgo Foxtrot Oscar Lima Golf Oscar, and the Maddie 6 arrival Mike Alpha Delta India India 6.
Direct to Yankee X-Ray Zulu, then direct Sierra Tango November Romeo Delta. After that, direct to Foxtrot, Oscar, Lima, Golf, Oscar, and then Maddie 6, arrival, or Chicago, North Shuttle 706.
North Shuttle 706, that's all correct. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
STNRD, just making sure I'm spelling it right here. So then his flight plan will display properly to everybody else downstream, which is probably one of the... Cool. Yep. Scandinavian 943 X-ray, yeah, that is approved. Let me know when you're back. No big rush. All right, so we got, things are working out pretty well here. So we got 23 miles here. We got a couple of 50 miles, 25, 28. No problem. Minneapolis is like, oh, just do 20 as long as you think you can do it. No problem. We got this. You are in our wheelhouse now. I guess we could hand this guy off to XI. November 001 Uniform Papa, Toronto. Contact the other Toronto now on 121.22. Good day.
121.22. Have a good day and thank you for your service.
No problem. Alright, so he's gone. And now we got just this event traffic all hauling through here. Okay, good. So we got that guy fixed up. Nice. I like it. I like it. Just want to make sure these guys are flying the routes. Because the second somebody's off course, that's going to really mess with everything. So I don't think anybody wants that. And then we got, so next challenge is going to be these two guys and these two guys. Somebody's going to have to go first. That's kind of neat. Another controller just pointed out that Atlanta's got a dedicated special stream going on that's just simply showing an overview of the across the pond and all the airplanes that are flying on the various routes. It's really kind of neat to kind of look at. All right, so these two guys are going to be my next project here. It's a silent stream, which is kind of nice, and then it's zooming in on different airports as well, which is also kind of neat. So I shouldn't be sending you guys away from my stream, but that's kind of neat. Twitch TV/Valenta app. It's kind of neat to kind of just see it. It's a great sort of just overview of what's happening on the whole event, and you can see what's kind of coming to us soon. You can see those routes heading our way. Like a pro. That's what I'm here for. That's what they hired me for. Wait. How much am I getting paid for this again? Somebody remind me. Where's my Minneapolis 13?
Good afternoon. This is Bradley Pilot 28 Toronto passing up 360 inbound Sierra Mike.
Alitalia 28 Tango Heavy, Toronto, good day. What's your Mach number? Alitalia 28 Tango Heavy, thank you for the sequence. Maintain Mach decimal 85 or faster.
Maintaining Mach decimal 85, Alitalia 28 Tango Heavy.
Both 777s. Both getting similar performance. He's probably suffering from more wind at 380. All right, now we're starting to actually get enough airplanes here, and it's going to be a little bit interesting. I can't click on this. I want to get rid of it, darn it. There we go. Is it 13 or is it 12?
Toronto Center, good afternoon, United 972, 5036.
United 972, Toronto Center, flight level 360, welcome.
Afternoon, Toronto Center, KLM 42, heavy level 300.
KLM 42 Heavy, Toronto Center, flight level 330, welcome. Iguana 362 Heavy, contact Minneapolis Center now, 133.45, let them know you're doing 86.
133.45, and we'll let them know about speed Iguana 362, have a good one.
You too.
Good afternoon, it's Qatar 46 Fox, direct to Sierra 7 Mike, level 380.
Qatari 46 Juliet Fox Heavy, Toronto, good afternoon. What's your Mach number?
Mach number 0.84.
Qatari 46 Juliet Foxtrot, for sequence Chicago, slow to Mach decimal 82, and I'll get you sped up again, probably in about 15 minutes or so. United 196 Heavy, contact Minneapolis Center now, 133.45. Enjoy your day.
3345, United 196, good luck with the rest of the event.
Thank you. All right, so this is the one problem that I will have to handle is just these two guys who are pretty much right on top of each other. 0.1 miles apart. 0.1. But this guy's going to slow down hopefully a little bit more. If I need to, I'll turn him a little off course, but I'd rather just do it with a small speed adjustment because speed adjustments save fuel, especially speed reductions generally save a little bit of fuel. So a speed reduction, if you can manage it, is the better way to handle it. So I'm going to need about a 40 knot difference. I have about 30 minutes to make this work, so I'm going to need a 40 knot difference to get 20 miles. I might need a little more. I got to take him down at least 4. Yeah, this might not be enough. 8.2 might not be enough. Qatari 46 Juliet Foxtrot. I think I'm going to need a little bit more. Make it Mach decimal 7.9er, and I will get you back up to speed as soon as I can.
Okay, 7.9.
Thank you. So I need to see about a 40 knot difference between their ground speeds. He's doing 450, he's doing 430, so I need to get him back to 410 because he's pretty much going max speed. If I can get him back to 410 ground speed, then that'll work out. By the time they get to Sault Ste. Marie, they'll have the 20 miles. These guys have got the 20 miles. The KLM is starting to catch the United, so that's probably not going to work out. United 972 Heavy Toronto, what's your Mach number?
We are doing Mach point 82 for your United 972.
United 972. Any chance you can pick it up to Mach decimal 85?
I don't think they're going to reach that. Maybe 84. United 972 will be the max.
Okay, United 972. I'll do this. Give me Mach decimal 83 or faster, please.
Just 83 or faster. United 972.
KLM 42 Heavy. Say your Mach number.
KLM 42 Heavy going .825.
KLM 42 Heavy, slow to Mach decimal 81 or less.
Slowing to .81 or less, KLM 42 Heavy.
See if I can get their speeds to match nicely here. Scandinavian 9043 X-ray, thank you. Sorry, I'm looking at the same similar call signs here. 9043 X-ray and 9043 Charlie. It's really throwing me here. Scandinavian 9043 Charlie Toronto. Spacing is looking good now. What's your planned Mach number and cruise there? A-firm, Scandinavian 9043 Charlie. What's your planned Mach number and cruise?
My plan was Mach decimal 80, but I'm at 83 right now.
And 9043 Charlie. I'll make it Mach decimal 82 or faster. Just got to still keep you ahead of the traffic behind you.
Yeah, no worries. I'll maintain Mach 83.
Thank you very much. All right, so this is all working out really nicely here. This guy is just coming in nicely. This spacing went from almost 0 to 35 miles, so the shortcut combined with a small speed change here really worked out well. United 581, I think I asked this before, but what's your present Mach number?
.86 for United 581.
Thank you. Sabina 1, what's your planned Mach number in cruise?
I'm currently going Mach 0.79, Sabina 1.
Sabina 1, yeah, I can probably pick you up again. What's your planned Mach number?
You can go to 82 if possible.
Sabina 1, speed your discretion.
Speed my discretion, Sabina 1.
All right. Coming along nicely here. And already we're starting to get a couple miles here. It's going to take a little while, but that's okay. We got time. This is the biggest thing we got here is time. If you have to ask your...
Charlie.
Scandinavian 943 Charlie, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Can I head off for about 10 minutes?
Scandinavian 943 Charlie. That's approved. Let me know when you're back. 10 minutes, so I gotta keep track of how long these guys are gone for. Normally I don't actually write down the times, but just trying to, for my planning purposes, so I know when people are coming back. Virtual fuel, virtual Travis, looking to conserve virtual fuel, the virtual environment, thanks to you. Travis, I love it. It's exactly correct. Trying to maximize efficiency, but that's the whole goal of ATC, is to maximize efficiency, maximize the usage of the airspace, maximize everybody's efficiency overall. So occasionally some people will suffer in the overall program, but the point is that in the grand scheme of things, the majority of people will have better coverage. Oh, my first text-only pilot of the day. I'm not even sure if I have the alias file loaded anymore. Now that I had to reset all my settings yesterday. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so this is also going to need some separation here. 777. Let's see here. See if I can speed him up a little tiny bit, keep him ahead. Qatari 811 Alpha, Toronto, welcome, flight level 380, correction 360. What is your Mach number?
Our Mach number is 0.84,
Qatari 811 Alpha, Toronto, make it the Mach decimal 81 or less for sequence to Chicago.
Alright, copy that. We'll decrease to 0.81 or lower.
Thank you. So they only need 15 minutes, 15, so that's a 30. I need a 30 knot difference here. So this guy's got to speed up and this guy's got to slow down. I need a 30 knot difference for this to work. Now Minneapolis is getting the first of their many, many arrivals here. Scandinavian 943 X-ray heavy. Contact Minneapolis now 133.45. G'day.
123.45. Thanks for the service. Have a good morning. And I hope you're safe.
Thank you. You too. Slowly getting, we've got almost 5 miles here now, so yeah, they've crossed about a quarter of the airspace. We got 5 miles, so keep up that same difference right there, and I will have 20 miles by the time they leave my airspace. And these guys are not in a terrible place to start, but we just got to get the guy in front going faster and the guy in the back going a little slower, and between those two things it'll work. What up, Big D? It was just, Minneapolis was apparently just asking if, so just saying that if not to worry too much about the 20 and we could do 15 miles in trail easily. I'm like, this is no problem. We got 20 going on here, no problem whatsoever. It's not a question of working hard. It's a question of working smart, doing it ahead of time. That's the key, is planning this all out ahead of time, making sure you're watching for the conflicts before they happen and resolving them before they become a problem. So yeah, we got conflicts here, but we're building spacing. We had these guys on top of each other. They've got about 5 miles. It's hard to read the number, but I can sort of read the number a little bit there because I'm kind of close to the screen here. It's there in blue. It's 5 miles there. Looks like we got 7 miles here already. So these guys are only showing a 10 knot difference. I might need to slow this guy down a little bit more because the oh, I said that to the wrong guy. That's why. So it takes a few minutes, but that's fine. It's all about, this is just a numbers game at this point. It's all about the numbers. All right, so I thought I had actually sent the text guy an instruction to go to Mach 0.85, but I hadn't. I sent it to the wrong airplane, so now he's going to go Mach 8.6, which is going to give me an extra probably 10 knots at least of difference here. And that'll just help with that spacing there. The key is working on it early, not letting it fester to the point where you're struggling at the end. When you see a problem forming here, solve it here. Don't wait till it's down here and then have to make a dramatic change to solve the problem. There was an excellent class that ran a couple of, I think it was a year or two now ago, that it was ran by by VATUSA, all about Scandinavian 943 Charlie. Thank you very much. It was all about how to sequence airplanes. It was how to manage traffic in the en route environment, and yeah, it was very educational. It was run by 3 real world controllers who work on VATSIM, and they shared real world techniques on how to build a sequence and how to space aircraft. And I got to say, like, that was it was just a fantastic course. Really kind of opened my eyes to some simple, obvious stuff that I thought I kind of knew, but to actually watch some pros actually do it really kind of just hammered home for me exactly how it should look, how it should happen. So it was just a little bit eye-opening. I'm trying to apply some of the lessons that I learned from that here. And that was probably their biggest overall arching theme was little corrections early on make a big difference. You don't have to make it, and they don't have to be big dramatic corrections. 10-degree heading change can create a pretty big chunk of space if you just give it enough time. United 581, contact Minneapolis Center now, 133.45. Good day.
Minneapolis on 133.45 for United 581. Thank you, great job, and bye-bye.
Thanks, you too. Bye-bye. What's the TMI for Ocean? I don't know. Are you asking me what the actual TMI number is for today, or are you just asking what a TMI is? I know what a TMI is. I just don't know what today's TMI is because I'm nowhere near. I'm nowhere near the Oceanic today. The best thing you can do is just Google the NAT message. TMI number for today is 114. I don't know if that's actually valid at all on VATSIM because we're not using the real NAT tracks today. The NAT tracks, the routes for CTP were planned a week ago this time. So yeah, today I don't know what the TMI number would be for this event, to be honest. I have no idea. I haven't dealt with the Oceanic stuff.
Wow, good afternoon, United 937, flight level 380.
United 937 Toronto, good afternoon, flight level 380. Yeah, so 114, yeah, I just Googled it really quickly as well, so 114 is the right number, but yeah, I don't know if that's valid for today because we're not using the real NAT tracks at all. The tracks for this event were decided like a week prior, and actually they weren't fully decided, but the negotiations were mostly done a week prior, although there have been some last minute changes because it's just waiting to the last minute. This was one of the probably the biggest pains in the rear end about doing cross the pond and being on the planning team was what was called the routes meeting, which happened the night before the event, and everyone would go through and they'd look at the NAT tracks for the day, and then they'd spend 4 or 5 hours in a meeting hashing out routes that worked for everybody on each side of the ocean to get that minimize the crossings, minimize the conflicts, minimize all that kind of stuff. And just it was just torture sometimes going to this meeting. Spent hours and hours negotiating with different sectors, and it was usually the few central sectors that really that suffered the most, that spent the most time negotiating and arguing, and the ones that were kind of around the fringe didn't really have too much input. Their input wasn't needed, but now because everything was decided a week in advance, there was no last minute planning. Nobody was staying up till 11 p.m. or midnight the night before across the pond, like sometimes 6 or 7 hours before the event starts. They're still crunching routes and putting stuff together, so no more of that. Oh, okay, so yeah, so you were given TMI 114. Oh, there you go. Special VATSIM should be, TMI 114V, V for VATSIM, or C for cross the pond or something. But yeah, so that's why the routes, they've switched to now generating a list of routes far in advance and making and just publishing them all and negotiating them like in the week leading up to CTP, so there's no staying up till the middle of the night trying to crunch all these routes together at the last possible second. Not quite happy with the amount of spacing going on here. I had about 30 knots. It's 10 miles now. I'm going to be patient. It's not going to quite be 20, I think, by the time we get there. I think I may need a slight turn from this Qatari here as well, just to kind of get a little bit more spacing in there. Also, just check and see how much spacing is between these guys here. Oops, that's not right. 56, they got lots of miles in there. Sabina 1, contact Minneapolis Center now, 133.45, good day.
133.457, thank you very much for this, have a great day.
Thank you. All right, so we're getting there. We're about 20 minutes away from the end of our shift here. So our first shift here ends in about 20 minutes, and then we get a 30-minute break before we're going to come back and work a different sector. So the next sector we're going to work, we're going to be back online. So our shift ends here at 1900 Zulu, and then our next shift starts at 1930. And that one's going to be the Berry sector, which is way down in the southern corner. And that's going to be a really fun sector. That's going to be handling the arrivals directly into Toronto through their initials descent. So that's going to be a busy sector. That's going to be a lot of work. So this is kind of quiet because mostly we're just watching things cruise. We're making sure the spacing is appropriate. But once we get into Toronto, it's going to be a little bit more. It's going to be a little bit more activity. So definitely, if you think this part's not too exciting right now, come back at 1930 anyways when we get into the next sector. That's going to be busy. ZMP must be very happy with you. I certainly hope so. I am doing my darndest to make sure they have what they need. And the relief controller will be happy too when he gets here. Yeah, everything is nicely set up. Like I've got it all planned out. Of course, now that I look here, now we seem to have a little bit more of another kind of cluster of something happening up here. So this is going to be something we're going to have to work on here. So this is this guy here, and then this is okay, so that's not too bad. Okay, so there's 2 airplanes on top of each other here. They're going to need some work, some gentle massaging. and this has to be sequenced in there. No, what's he doing? He is, I guess he's non-event, so he's getting a roundabout route to Chicago. He's going over Thunder Bay, Duluth, so he's going way west of Chicago to get in, just to keep him off the event route. So we just need to make sure he's not a conflict with anybody else, which doesn't look like he is, so that's fine. We got about 11 miles going on here, so it's going to be tight. And Minneapolis said they were okay with it, but at Qatari 4-6 Juliet Fox Toronto. It's just not quite working out for me here. I think the aircraft ahead of you's got a little bit more headwind. Slow to Mach decimal 77, and I'll try to get you back to your cruise speed here in about 10 minutes or so.
Okay, we reduced to 0.77, but that would be a bit fun.
4-6 Juliet Fox, thanks. It's just not quite. It's working, but it's just not quite fast enough. I don't think he's going to quite make it to the end of our airspace without sufficient spacing here. So yeah, the next one we're going to have to worry about is going to be this up here. So we got another little clump of stuff going on here. These two guys and another one right behind them. So it's going to be more important that we speed somebody up. It's not the end of the world at the end of the day, because like we've got some big gaps in here, so it's not like Chicago's getting completely slammed where they don't have gaps to sort of work people in and massage the spacing. It's definitely there. Just have to do our best to try and get that ideal spacing in there. See, these guys have only got about 20 knots here. It's just not quite working out for this guy either. It's not bad, but it's very slow. Yeah, well, that's what I was looking at too. I mean, they said 12, but then I was looking at the maps, and the border between 12 and 13 sectors is supposed to be right here. So this is 12 sector over here, and this is 13 sector over here. So I kind of went with that. I said I was looking at it, I was like, yeah, like this is where 13 sector should be. So I did the first handoff to 13 sector, and he seemed okay with it. So I have handed everybody off after that to the same sector. He seems okay with it, so works for me. I mean, you got to be dynamic too on event day. You've got to just be ready to deal with whatever comes your way. If the plans that were made don't completely work out the way they were supposed to, not the end of the world. We just carry on with it. All right, so now he's definitely getting a little bit more spacing in there. It's working a little better for him. What's this guy doing up here? I'm just curious. This guy's, oh, that's Denver traffic up there. See, now I've got a solid 40 knots between these guys. That was what I was looking for originally, so hopefully that'll work. Yeah, here comes the next clump. The nice thing about these Toronto sectors too is they're relatively small. Montreal, the sectors in Montreal are quite a bit bigger than in Toronto for the most part. They cover quite a large amount of airspace, so they've got a lot more airplanes on their plate at any one point in time. Here I've got such small, relatively focused amount of airplanes here, I can really focus on making sure that these guys get what they need. Got a few more on these southern tracks. This is all just the Italy traffic, so it's not there weren't that many from those. This is like all the rest of the European airports came in on this one track. I'm hoping. I think we're gonna be very close to 20. If we don't have exactly 20, we're gonna be more than close enough to 20 at Sault Ste. Marie that Minneapolis is not gonna be too upset by us.
United 983 360.
United 983 Heavy Toronto Center, flight level 360. Welcome. Squawk a new code, please, of 0501.
0501, United 983.
United 983 Heavy, thank you very much. What's your Mach number?
Current Mach is 84.
United 983, can you pick it up to Mach decimal 86?
We can try for United 983.
All right. United 983, Mach decimal 85 or faster, please. If you can do 86, it helps.
We can do 86, United 983.
Thank you. Handoff there. Yeah, they're not going to be quite 20, I think, by the time they get to Sioux, but they're going to be darn close. Firebird 5260 Heavy, contact Minneapolis Center now, 133 decimal 45. G'day.
Confirm 133 decimal 45 for Firebird 5260.
Firebird 5260, that is correct. Have a good day.
You too, good day.
One guy crossing our route here at 390, that's not a big problem. This guy crossing the routes at 300 should be a problem because everyone's a little higher, but we got a whole clump of stuff going on up here now. It's like starting to get a little more interesting up there in that corner now. So he's going to cross right underneath the tracks on his way to Thunder Bay. Yeah, these two guys here are going to cause me some issues, but we'll fix it. We'll fix it. One way or another, we'll fix it. She's going to be close to that 20 miles. If it's not 20 miles by the time they get to Sault Ste. Marie, she's going to be darn close. Close enough that Minneapolis can deal with what's coming down. I don't have too many arrivals from this direction, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them anyways. They got a whole burst of 4 and then nothing for a while. They got another burst coming here eventually. What is this guy doing? This guy's going to Cleveland. Not an issue. Where's this guy going? That guy's going to Philly. And then, so this guy's also going to Toronto or to Chicago, and I'm going to see, yeah, he's got Thunder Bay in his flight plan, so he's going the non-event route way around the west side. I hope he brought lots of extra fuel. He's crossing that 340, though. With the number of airplanes up here, that could be interesting. Oh, there's the handoff from Winnipeg. Empress 655 Toronto Center, flight level 390. Welcome.
And Toronto Center, United 978 with you, flight level 340.
United 978, flight level 340. Welcome aboard. Say your Mach number.
Mach 5.
United 9er 78, slow Mach decimal 83 or less.
No! Down to Mach decimal 83 or less, United 978 heavy.
That's for sequence Chicago. And I'm sorry, I stepped on the call sign. Say again. Lufthansa 436 heavy, flight level 300 Toronto, welcome. All right, so if we can get a 10 knot difference between these two guys, we can get a 20 knot difference between these two guys, and that'll be all they need for the spacing. And then they got another set of guys right back here who at least have that minimum. KLM 2629 heavy, Toronto, flight level 380, welcome. So now we're gonna have a bit of a clump here. These guys should be good enough though. North Star 2 Papa Juliet, flight level 360 Toronto, welcome. And North Star 2 Papa Juliet, what's your Mach number?
Mach is 0.84.
November 2, North Star 2 Papa Juliet. Can you do Mach decimal 84 or faster? Perfect. North Star 2 Papa Juliet, Mach decimal 84 or faster sequence for Chicago.
Mach decimal 84 or faster, North Star 2 Papa Juliet.
KLM 2629er heavy, what's your Mach number? KLM 2629er heavy, Mach decimal 77 or less for sequence Chicago.
77 or less for
That might not be enough either, but it's a start anyway, so shoot, I gotta be handing this guy off here. Oh, we got the 20 miles. Qatari 46 Juliet Foxtrot, Toronto, speed Mach decimal 82 or less. All right, so we did get our 20 miles, but it's a good thing I increased the... All right, Nick, come back in about half an hour. I'll be back on to half past the hour. Oh, did I hand him to the wrong guy? Oh, I handed him to the wrong guy. Oops, my bad, my bad. I went automatic. Oh. So, okay.
United 7978.
And sorry, United 978 Toronto.
I don't know why. We're getting an overspeed warning at Mach decimal 83. We're going to have to slow down a lot here. Maximum clean speed is Mach decimal 76.
Okay, United 978. You can slow back to Mach decimal 76.
I think I found the problem. I have to slowing out. Yeah, let's go back up now. Sorry about that. We'll continue at Mach decimal 76.
Alitalia 28 Tango, contact Minneapolis now 132.42. Alitalia 28 Tango, Toronto.
Go ahead, Alitalia 2 Tango.
Alitalia 28 Tango, contact Minneapolis now 132.42. Check in with your Mach number.
Okay, contacting Minneapolis at 132.42 and my Mach number is .85, sir.
Alitalia 28 Tango, let him know when you check in.
Roger. See ya.
See ya.
United 978.
United 978, go ahead.
Sorry, our pulse went up, so we continue now. Mach decimal 6, is that okay?
United 978, yes. Actually, Mach decimal 83, please.
Yeah, so that's what I meant.
Yeah, Mach decimal 83, United 978, thanks. Qatari 46 Juliet Foxtrot, contact Minneapolis now 132.42. Check in with the Mach number.
132.42, Mach number .82. Qatar 46 Juliet.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Toronto, said I get Emirates 9961 heavy, front of a 340.
Emirates 9961 Heavy, Toronto 340, welcome. Scandinavian 943 Charlie Heavy, contact Minneapolis 133.45. Good day.
133.45, Scandinavian Charlie today.
Good day. All right, so we're just getting ready for the shift change here. So just going to start discussing this with the controller here. Gotta make sure I have everything I need going on here. See, and I don't think Oops. Qatari 811 Alpha, Toronto.
Qatari 811 Alpha, go ahead.
Qatari 811 Alpha, can you just confirm your routing after Sault Ste. Marie, Sierra Sierra Mike? Is it the Windy to arrival?
After Sierra Mike, we have Qatari 811 Alpha. After Sierra Mike, we have Juliet Oscar Delta Echo Point.
Okay, Qatari 811 Alpha, yeah, some people have been getting the wrong routing here. So after Sault Ste. Marie, you should be flying the Windy to arrival. If you can please reprogram, you're cleared to Chicago. Sault Ste. Marie, Windy to arrival. That's Whiskey, Yankee, November, Delta, Echo.
That's Windy 2 for Qatari 811 Alpha.
You got it.
Good afternoon, .com 582, flight level 400.
And, sorry, .com 852, flight level 400, welcome. Emirates 9367 Heavy, contact Minneapolis Center now, 133.45, good day.
Minneapolis Center 133.45, green United, Emirates 9367.
Thanks, you too. All right, just getting organized with this shift change here. And this is just not quite, well, 20 knots difference now. It might just work. It should work. Qatari 811 Alpha Heavy, thank you for the reroute. You can contact Minneapolis now, 132.42, good day.
132.42, Qatari 811 Alpha, go on.
All right. So we got these guys all worked out. Apparently, some of these guys did not have the correct routing in there after the Sault Ste. Marie VOR. They had it filed for some reason, but then they were not flying it, so... oh. Oops. That guy should not have been for me. Either of you guys know which sector is now Killaloo?
And after the graduate, what would be the maximum time out of cockpit right now?
Toronto United 2715, flight level 380.
Stand by. All right, my apologies. Somebody called there. I missed it.
United 2715, flight level 380.
United 2715, thank you very much. Identify flight level 380.
And after the word Juliet, can you please say again? I didn't hear what you said.
And sorry, that was North Star 2 Papa Juliet calling?
Affirmative, what would be the maximum time out of cockpit right now?
North Star 2 Papa Juliet. Definitely need you back in the flight deck. Let's see here, in about 30 minutes if that's enough for you.
Okay, we will take that.
Okay, North Shuttle 2 Papa Juliet, let me know when you're back.
We cool. North Shuttle 2 Papa Juliet, thank you very much.
Sorry to ask again. Oh, so Tor E is Picton? Never mind, I figured it out. Okay, this is supposed to be Tor E. Nope. Oh, for crying out loud. KLM 611 Toronto, good afternoon, flight level 380. Okay. All right, quick question. Who's Toronto East? Yeah, I mean, which of you guys is Toronto East? Toronto East from north?
Toronto for local line 6 class, flight level 360.
And sorry, last call sign at 360, who was that?
KLM 610.
KLM 610 Heavy, Toronto, thank you. What's your Mach number?
Mach 187.
KLM 610 Heavy. Sorry, say it again. You said Mach decimal 87?
A4.
KLM 610 slow to Mach decimal 84 or less.
84 or less, KLM 810. Toronto, very good evening, United 907 Heavy inbound Sierra Mike 12 there, Mach decimal 880.
United 907 Heavy, Toronto, thank you. All right. So this is working out. This is still, this guy's got to go fast. This guy's got to go slower. This is really, there's a lot of junk in the way up here, unfortunately. There's a big clump going on, and we've got to really kind of space it out a little bit. KLM 629er Heavy, you're still gaining on the traffic ahead. He must have more wind than you. Mach decimal 74 or less, please.
Center for 655, looks like we got that bump from the network there, just radio check.
Yeah, got you 5x5.
Thanks.
North Shuttle 706 Heavy, contact Minneapolis now, 133.45, good day.
Contact Minneapolis 123.45, North 706 626, thanks for service and have a good day, Postal 706.
And North Shuttle 706. Just want to make sure the frequency was correct. 13345, 3345.
Correct, 12345, North Shuttle 706.
Thank you. United 2715, contact Toronto Center now on, well, let me find that frequency. 2467.
2467, 2715.
Okay, so we got some spacing happening here. This guy, okay, perfect. He's good now. Okay, it's actually not looking too bad here. We're getting some space. This guy's finally slowed up. This guy's still doing 470. He must have like no winds at all. Unfortunately, I don't have enough room for him to overtake anybody because I got these guys in front that are all back-to-back 20. United 983, proceed direct standard, Sierra Tango November Romeo Delta.
Direct standard, United 9.
That'll buy me a little more space at least. He's got 460, he's got 440. This guy's doing 450, which means he's closing that gap. This guy really, I hate to drop him back anymore, but I got another couple of clumps happening here. United 907 Heavy, Toronto. We've had a few flight plan errors so far. I just want to verify, after Sault Ste. Marie, do you have the windy to arrival?
Affirmative, United 907 Heavy, we've been assigned that.
Perfect. We had a few people that were assigned that and were not flying it for some reason, so thank you, that's perfect. And United 907, for direction of flight, I need you at an even altitude. Would you like to go up to 400 or down to 380?
1 second, yeah, we'll go down to 380, please, United 907 Heavy.
United 907, descend now, flight level 380.
Descend now, 380, United 907 Heavy.
Good afternoon, Toronto Center, United 225, flight level 380.
United 225, flight level 380, welcome.
Dot.com 582 request.
.com 582, go ahead.
Yeah, just listening to the arrival conversation. We've been assigned the Maddie 6R now. Is that correct for us?
.com 582, that's correct. Everyone so far on this route has been correct. The southern route that goes over Sault Ste. Marie, some people have had the wrong routing after Sault Ste. Marie, so we're just checking that.
.com 582, thank you very much.
Thank you for checking, though.
And United 978, anything for us? Yeah, in terms of arrival routing?
United 978, your flight plan route should be valid for you. After Wawa should be standard, full go in the Maddie 6.
So I confirm Maddie 6?
Yeah, after Wawa, it'll be standard, full go, and the Maddie 6. It should be the route that was assigned to you initially.
Walker 600 Heavy with you, flight level 360.
Walker 600 Heavy, flight level 360, welcome. And United 907, just confirm you are descending to 380. Okay, United 907, just do your best for me. I got crossing traffic for you in about 5 minutes, so I will need you at 380 in 5 minutes or less.
Yeah, just getting on.
Thank you. I hate to be that guy, but...
And United 978, any idea on the arrival moment?
United 978, I have no idea. You'll have to probably wait and at least ask Minneapolis. They may have an answer for you. Oh. Just doing a handoff to the next controller here.
For a good day, Air France 36 Charlie with you, flight level 400.
Air France 36 Charlie, Toronto Center, welcome.
Toronto Center, very good afternoon. United 220 Heavy, level 400 with you.
United 220 Toronto, welcome aboard flight level 400.
All right, guys, so that's it for the first little bit there. We're going to disconnect from the network. We got everything handed off to the next controller successfully. I got to be back for my next shift inside of 10 minutes, so I'm going to go really quickly, take a quick nature break and refill my coffee cup, but I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. So stick with me, and we will be back in just like less than 10 minutes here. I said this room looks like a happening place to be. Who am I taking over from? All right, very. All right, guys, we are back. We are back online here, guys. We got another sector here. And let me just get my bearings here. So we got a new sector here. So it's a pretty small little chunk of airspace, but because it's handling the arrivals into Toronto, it's busy. And calling Toronto was pretty weak. Was that UPS 1310? Correction, UPS 130? UPS 130, flight level 360, welcome. All right. So he needs to get a little lower. So it's a very small chunk of airspace, but because it's handling the initial descent to Toronto. WestJet 654, Toronto Center, good day. Climb flight level 370.
Flight level 370, WestJet 654.
New controllers. All right, let's see here. And do we have a city center ATIS? We do have a city center ATIS. Perfect. Let's just see what's going on there. And information, hotel, landing, departing, runway 08. Walker 577, Toronto. Information at the island is showing hotel, advertising runway 08. And Walker 577, I just missed the last remark. Say again. Oh, hello. All right. And Walker 577, one ready to send 6,000. City altimeter. Oh, don't have it up yet. Walker 577, the Toronto City altimeter for you, 29er88. Does anyone have the Toronto ATIS? Can they just push it? What do you have to type? Subscribe? Okay. This as well. Okay, so make sure I have these notifications. I did give him 8,000 even if I didn't mark it there. And this should be a handoff now. So I'm just getting up to speed. Sometimes it takes a minute to sort of get everything. For some reason, these things are not transferring to the right controller, so I have to make sure oh gosh, there's so many controllers online. I have to find the controller I'm looking for in the list here. There we go. I think probably my configuration is not correct here, and that's probably why. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do, yeah, that's why I've got the incorrect configurations here. Hopefully that will fix some of the problems here anyways. All right. Sometimes it just takes a couple minutes to sort of get yourself mentally up to speed in a new sector here. Why is that still transferring to the wrong controller? Oh my gosh. I literally just fixed it and now it's back to doing the wrong thing again here. Lufthansa 359er contact, Toronto arrival now 121.47, 2147.
2147, Lufthansa 359er, thanks, bye-bye.
And Lufthansa 359er, my mistake actually, sorry, it's 13447. Correction, 12447. I'll get it right eventually, 2447. And I'll get it right eventually, it's 2447, I'm sorry.
So is that 124475, right? Lufthansa 359er?
Lufthansa 359er, that's correct. I apologize for that.
Thank you.
I'll get it right eventually here. Just need a couple of goes here. Okay. UPS 130 Toronto 1 ready to send flight level 240. And you can plan runway 24 right for arrival.
240 ready, planning 24 right, thank you.
Alright, so got a couple of arrivals coming in here. Fortunately, they're all fairly well spaced. These guys are 25 miles of trail. It's plenty. This guy's climbing up over this guy. Perfect. He's on his way to Olaba. Love it. All right. So, okay. Now I feel a little bit more up to speed. It took me a minute to get there, guys. Just so much going on here. Oh, thank you. My position at the bottom still says North Bay. Thank you for that. My apologies, guys. Let's fix that now. I forgot about that part. Let's see here. 34.575. So now that should fix that, guys. You'll see that now. The correct sector labeled down there. Sorry about that. Thank you for reminding me, Travis. Just trying to get up to speed here more on the controlling more than anything. So and it takes a minute. Like it's easy when you sort of jump into a position that's nearly empty and you're easing your way into the position, which I did in the first position, but this one, because I'm jumping in and there's already a bunch of airplanes moving around, it's taking me just a couple minutes to kind of wrap my head around what's going on here. So thank you for bearing with me on that. Now we've got it a little bit more organized. Now I got a fresh cup of coffee too, which will help keep me nice and perky for the rest of my stream here. All right, this guy's going to Charlottetown. This guy's into city. He's not starting down yet. And is he on the arrival? Because if he's on the arrival, the Elixir 1, he should be starting down any minute now because there's crossing restrictions on that arrival, and we need them adhered to today. All right, let's see here. Let's just check the arrival restrictions on that because I've forgotten. It's been so long since I did it, but do sub at 14. Yeah, he's going to be a do sub soon here. This guy should be. I don't have the arrivals in here either, and that's annoying. Let's make sure we've got those. We should have stars and runways indicated in this list here. That's fine. We can deal with these two guys. All right. Yeah, so this guy should be on the Elixir arrival. That doesn't even matter which one, as long as he's on something. There we go. And Walker 577 Toronto. Just want to confirm you're going to meet the restrictions on the Elixir 1 arrival there. Walker 577, perfect. Thank you. Air Canada 101 Toronto, flight level 320, welcome. Let's see here. We're going to have an issue between these two guys here. And this guy's got 70 knots, so he's going to over... Air Canada 823 Toronto, good day, and I may have a change in your mock number here. Let me just work something out here. Air Canada 841 Toronto descends 7,000. KLM 31 Heavy, descend 7,000. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to really.
KLM 31 Heavy, again the altitude.
KLM 31 Heavy, descend 7,000.
31 Heavy, down 7,000.
Air Canada 101 Toronto. Are you doing Mach decimal 80? Air Canada 101. What's the fastest speed you can give me? I'm going to try and put you ahead of a 777 here. Yeah, if you could do Mach decimal 80, please. Air Canada 101. Thank you. All right, he's doing 80. Let's see where that puts his ground speed. That's a little better now. Okay, that's better. Let's make sure these Air Canada 841, because these are all trying to hand off to the wrong sector. There's something wrong with this setup here, so I have to manually change all these here, which is a little frustrating. I mean, you do what you can. FedEx 691 Heavy Toronto, welcome. All right, the Walker 577, he's going to SD, that's fine. UPS, okay. Air Canada 841, contact Toronto arrival now, 124.47, g'day.
124.47, Air Canada 841. Air Canada 823, what's the maximum Mach
Air Canada 823, you're coming in fairly weak. What Mach number are you doing right now? Are you doing 80 right now? Yeah, Air Canada 823, that's working out just perfectly for me. So just maintain Mach decimal 80, please. And FedEx 691 Heavy, are you doing Mach decimal 80 as well? FedEx 691, are you doing the Mach decimal 80? FedEx 691, it's okay for now. I might get you to slow down in just a couple of minutes here, but for now, the Mach decimal 80, please. Walker 577, contact Toronto, departure now, 128.8, g'day. Yep. And, oh, no, actually, never mind. Forget the planes, think about your viewers. Travis, I think you have this ATC thing backwards here, I'm afraid. Okay, let's see here, what do we got to do next here? So let's get this guy. UPS 130 Toronto. When ready, descend 12, 2000. Toronto altimeters vanished on me, but I believe it was 2988.
12,000, 2988 on the altimeter.
And UPS 130, actually, my mistake, it's 2987.
Alright, thank you.
Got it up there. I don't know what, and I hate sometimes when these things vanish automatically without doing anything. Air Canada 101 Toronto. Planned runway 24 right in Toronto. Information is Lima. Air Canada 101. When ready, descend flight level 240. Air Canada 101, that's at your discretion. Air Canada 823 Heavy Toronto. Information is Lima. Runway 24 right. When ready, descend flight level 240. Air Canada 823 Heavy Toronto. Runway 24 right. Information Lima. When ready, descend flight level 240. Nope, not listen to me. Not listen to me, and that doesn't help. Air Canada 823 Toronto.
Air Canada
Air Canada 823 information in Toronto is Lima, runway 24 right. When ready, descend flight level 240.
When ready, descend flight level 240 and now 24 right and information Lima Air Canada H823.
Thank you. KLM 31 Heavy, contact Toronto arrival now, 124.47. Good day.
KLM 31 Heavy, Toronto arrival 124.47. Thanks for controlling. Goodbye.
Thank you for coming. All right. Anybody who's talking to me now, you're on the last phase here. You're into the end game. That 6 to 8 hours of crossing the pond was all worth it for that touchdown in Toronto. Better be smooth as silk after 8 hours sitting in the flight deck. Oh, Lord. I really kind of wish the event wouldn't draw on these airplanes that are now on the ground in Toronto. It's a big kind of the plug-in is kind of a little bit separate from the scope itself. So even though the airplanes have disappeared off the scope, the plug-in still draws the event tag on some of them here. Not too bad so far. Just a steady stream of airplanes into Toronto. Air Canada 101, continue descent 12, 12,000, Toronto altimeters 2987.
Go fast to 2987, Canada 101. Can you repeat the cruise again for Scotland?
Sorry, Air Canada 101, you will need the speed, it's Mach decimal 80.
The cruise, set.
Air Canada 101, say again, you're looking for the descent again? Air Canada 101, descend 12, 12,000.
Go fast in that Canada 101.
Air Canada 101, thanks. UPS 130, descend 7,000.
7,000 UPS 130.
Air Canada 101, in the descent, transition to speed 320 knots or faster.
320 faster, Canada 101.
Alright, he's getting some ground speed good, so the spacing is looking good. I think if I can give him 10 miles in trail, that's all he really should need. Air Canada 7221, flight level 360, Toronto, hello. It's not a ridiculous amount of airplanes anyways now. How's the rest of the event working out here? See how many airplanes we got kind of coming in this sector here. We got a whole stream of arrivals coming. They're not like ridiculously closely spaced though. They're fairly nicely and evenly spaced, but we still got another 3 hours of arrivals at least going on here. I'm just give me a second here. I'll pull it up, but there's the browser again with looks like pretty much the event has petered out there in the eastern side of the Shanwick airspace, but Gander's airspace is still going strong. We got a lot of airplanes still coming in, so we got at least another 2 to 3 hours of traffic in here. Quite the array of airplanes. Here's the stream coming into Toronto. There's a nice steady stream over the next hour or so, and then it looks like it kind of peters out and becomes a little more intermittent. But again, you look at how big an area these things have covered. This airplane has covered is. This is the reason why no controllers are really totally overwhelmed, just because the amount of controllers that are and the amount of airspace that these airplanes are occupying is quite large. And so the controllers are able to deal with more because there's not so many airplanes in each individual airspace close together. So it's working out quite nicely. Like the spacings are quite nice to begin with here, and we're just going to carry on with the nice spacing all the way down the hill till they get to their destination. We don't have that many airplanes visible, but that's because we've got a very limited radar range here. So we're only seeing airplanes that are within, what is this? This is probably like a 100-mile range, 125-mile range. So that way we're not getting overwhelmed with a whole lot of airplanes on our list that are not terribly relevant, which is kind of useful. Surprised this guy's not started down yet. FedEx 691 Heavy, Toronto, when ready, descend flight level 240. Information is Lima, 24 right.
Lima 24 right, and when ready, descend flight level 240, FedEx 691 Heavy.
Wonder when this guy's going to start down. He's going to be just chucking down the hill at 330 knots probably here. Air Canada 101, continue descent 7,000. Toronto altimeter 2987.
8,000
Air Canada 101 close, it's 7,000.
7,000 Canada 101.
Roger. Alright, send this guy off. WestJet 654, contact Montreal Center now on 135.6.
135.6, WestJet 654, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Air Canada 823 in descent, transition to speed 320 knots.
In descent, transition to 320 knots, Air Canada 823.
UPS 130 heavy, contact Toronto arrival now 124.47. Good day.
124.47, and you got the frequency right this time. Have a good day.
Takes me a few tries, but I get there eventually.
See that?
See it. I do get it right eventually. It's just because it was a new frequency, just getting up to speed, and I was reading it wrong. I wrote it on my pad of paper, but my 4 looked like a 1, which didn't help at all. I'm like, ugh. Because it's just easier to have all these frequencies that you need on a regular basis, just an event like this, written on a pad. Air Canada 825 Toronto, good day, flight level 320. Air Canada 7221 Toronto, information is Lima in Toronto, plan runway 24 right, when ready to descend, flight level 240. Air Canada 823 heavy, when ready, continue descent, 12,000. Toronto altimeter is 2987.
Continue descent 12,000, Toronto altimeter 2987, Canada 823.
Alright, so he's going to gain on this guy a little bit here, because he's slowing down. Oh my god, he's at 7,000 already. Oh, shoot. Air Canada 823, actually going to get you to slow it up to 280 knots for traffic ahead.
Slow down 280 knots, Air Canada 203.
Thank you.
And confirm altimeter Toronto 2987, Air Canada 823.
Air Canada 823, affirmative, 2987. He started down way too early. Now he's trucking along at 7,000 feet, and that's going to cause me a problem for the guys coming up behind here. Oh, no. Air Canada 101, keep speed 250 knots until you get to Denka. Yeah, I'm going to need you to go fast as you can legally go. Air Canada 101, speed 250 to Denka. Let's see here. And Air Canada 101, did you copy? He's still overtaking him by 100 knots. Well, so much for my lovely spacing. I didn't realize he was so far down so soon. FedEx 691 Heavy, in transition speed 280 knots.
In transition speed 280 knots, FedEx 691 Heavy.
Air Canada 825 Toronto, information is Lima, runway 24 right today. There's quite a lot of traffic heading over here in this direction. Heading down from Toronto down to New York and Boston. People trying to pick up more of that event traffic. Have full ATC at both ends. I'm sure those JFK guys are just loving the fact that there's Toronto guys coming their way. And it looks like the reverse is also true. Is this a Toronto inbound here? Probably. Yeah, Toronto inbound that probably took off from JFK. But that's what I say to these guys, and this is what I say to anybody. Like, if you did make it in the CTP lottery, then just fly a flight in between, and you're going to have just as much fun, if not more fun, doing 2 or 3 shorter haul flights at the between various CTP airports. Fly JFK to Boston, then Boston to Toronto, or something like that, and you're going to have tons of ATC. You're going to have tons of fun with it. Air Canada 823. Unfortunately, you're still crashing up the traffic ahead. Speed 250 knots.
Speed 250 knots, Air Canada 823.
Thank you. Air Canada 101. Do your best to keep that 250 knots for me as long as possible.
250 knots, second to 101. Or if we said 210.
Air Canada 101. If I did, then I misspoke. 250. I need you to go the maximum for now.
50 Canada 110.
What's that? Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee? Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee, Toronto, flight level 400. Welcome. All right, it's not bad, but it's just not going to work. Air Canada 823, vectors for spacing. Turn left 20 degrees.
Turn left 180 degrees, Air Canada 823.
Air Canada 823, left 20 degrees from your present heading.
Left 20 degrees on Air Canada 823.
823, thanks. FedEx 691, heavy, speed 250 knots.
Speed 250 knots, FedEx 691 heavy.
Air Canada 823, heavy, descend 8,000.
Descend 8,000, Air Canada 823, and I lost track of my heading, so what's like 20 degrees from my heading?
Air Canada 823, I'm going to say, let's start with heading 230. Let's see how that works.
Okay, heading 230, Air Canada 823.
Thank you. FedEx 691, heavy, continue descent 12, 2000. Toronto altimeter is 2987.
Between descent 12,000, altimeter 2987, FedEx 691.
Air Canada 825, heavy, Toronto, when ready, descend flight level 240.
Down to flight level 240, when ready, Air Canada 825.
It's getting better here, but this guy's doing 260, this guy's still doing 310. He's still got 50 knots on him. So I got to create some distance here, unfortunately. I was hoping for 20, but 10 is really the minimum. If I can't do 10, then I got a problem. Now, I've still got the text channel open from my previous frequency here. Give me a second, I'm going to get rid of that, because I don't need that anymore. If I can find it, there it is. Okay, that's why I keep getting all these messages from people that I just don't care about. Just don't care. All right, now we're going to have a couple of airplanes here. We're going to have some sequences to build here. All right, it's working out here now. We're getting back to getting some increasing spacing now, so give it a little bit of time here. This will work out okay. We got a bunch of airplanes kind of converging here. This is going to make things interesting. Why did that not take? I assigned him 8,000, but that obviously didn't take. Okay, so they have 10 miles now, but they still got 50 knots. He's got 60 knots on the other guy, so until he gets a little lower, we're going to just need to keep this on this heading for a little while longer. FedEx is just low enough that he's just slow enough that he's not gaining too quickly on the guy ahead. So this Air Canada 823, unfortunately, this Air Canada 101 went all the way down to 7,000 way too soon, and now he's slowing down the whole party here. But we'll make it work one way or another. Air Canada 1402, Toronto, flight level 340, welcome. Lufthansa 7, Papa Yankee, Toronto. Did Montreal assign you a Mach number?
We are flying Mach Decimal 88 to Lufthansa 7, Papa Yankee.
At Lufthansa 7, Papa Yankee, thank you. Mach Decimal 88 or faster, you're number 1 of a group of 3 or 4 here going to Toronto. And I feel like this guy is going to have to slip right in the middle, which is going to be, should be enough spacing, but it's going to be a little bit challenging here. All right, how's the speed differential doing here? Air Canada 823, turn right heading 310.
Turn right heading 310, Canada 823.
I really kind of wish the star was displayed here. Why is the star not displayed? Why do I not have stars available here? Right, next. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. Now I can see the route. Air Canada 7221, continue descent 12, 2000. Toronto altimeter is 2987.
2000,
FedEx 691 heavy, descend 7000.
7,000, FedEx 691 heavy.
Air Canada 823 heavy, descend 7000.
Descend 7,000, Air Canada 823 heavy.
See, I think Montreal is taking the opposite approach of what I was going to try and do here, and he's trying to get this guy in behind. Which, fine. Air Canada 1402, what's your Mach number?
Mach Decimal 89, Air Canada 1402.
Mach Decimal 89er, thank you. Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee. Toronto information is Lima, runway 24 right for arrivals.
Lima 24 right for Toronto 7 Papa Yankee.
Got a non-stop list of just little things to do here.
Air Canada 825, do I still maintain 250 knots?
Air Canada 825, speed is at your discretion.
Speed at my discretion, Air Canada 825.
Air Canada 823, speed 250 knots.
Oh, yeah, I'll fine. Air Canada 823, speed at 250 knots.
Yeah, that makes a difference to me. Air Canada 823, turn left direct Ragged, rejoin the Ragged 5 arrival. Air Canada 823, turn left direct Ragged, rejoin the Ragged 5 arrival. Air Canada 823, turn left, direct Ragged. Okay, I need you to turn now, buddy. This is all dependent on you. Ah, for crying out loud. Air Canada 823, Toronto.
Air Canada 823.
Air Canada 823, turn left now, direct Ragged, rejoin the Ragged 5 arrival.
Turn left, direct Ragged, rejoin the Ragged 5 arrival, Air Canada 823.
Air Canada 101, you can slow now to 220 knots.
30 101.
FedEx 691, heavy vector spacing, turn left heading 180.
Left heading 180, FedEx 691.
Fun times, fun times. Okay, so this guy, oh, okay, that guy's going up there. Then that's fine, and that does not affect me at all. Then spacing is fine. All right. Air Canada 101, contact Toronto, arrival now, 124.47, g'day. Air Canada 825, continue descent 12, 12,000. The Toronto altimeter is 2987.
12000, copy altimeter, Canada 825.
Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee, when ready, descend flight level 240.
When ready, descend flight level 240, Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee, and would you like us to remain high speed?
Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee, speeds at your discretion for now. I may need to add some spacing later, but speed your discretion.
Speed, especially Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee. Toronto, have a good day. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo inbound Torney, start out 380 mark, that's my advice.
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, Toronto, good day.
Toronto Center, hello, Walker 528, flight level 360.
Walker 528, Toronto, hello, flight level 360, were you assigned a Mach number?
Mach 86, Walker 528.
And Walker 528, thank you. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, you're gaining on the traffic ahead. Reduce now Mach decimal 79er.
Using Mach decimal 79er, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
FedEx 691 heavy, turn right direct Denka on course. See, I get distracted.
Turn right to direct Denka of FedEx 691.
Air Canada 823 correction. Air Canada 823 cross Denka at 220 knots.
Cross Denka at 220 knots, Air Canada 823.
Air Canada 823, thank you. Contact Toronto, arrival now, 124.47, g'day.
124.47, Air Canada 823, thanks.
Air Canada 1402, information in Toronto is Lima, runway 24 right. Attention all aircraft landing Toronto, new information now, Mike, altimeter 2984. Air Canada 1402 heavy, when ready, descend flight level 240.
Ready, descend flight level 240, Air Canada 1402 heavy.
Air Canada 7221 heavy, descend 7000.
Descending 7000, Air Canada 7221.
FedEx 691, slow now to 220 knots.
220 knots, FedEx 691.
Walker 528 heavy. Toronto information is now Mike, and plan runway 24 right.
Alright, Walker 528, we have information Mike and plan for runway 24 right, Walker 528.
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, still gaining a little bit on the traffic ahead. So let's make it Mach decimal 77.
Yeah, Mach decimal 77. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
Thank you. All right, so we had a little clump go on there, but we got it all kind of spaced out nicely. Now, Air 823 wants nothing to do with me. Yes, he was just not listening when I really most desperately needed to get him perfectly turned on course. If he had turned when I first called him, he would have been slotted in there nicely. FedEx 691 would never have had to go anywhere. But yeah. Anyways. What's done is done. Can't undo that. Adjust that a little bit there and try and freeze it right there, because it's a really nice kind of the nice thing about also sectorization too is it just breaks down the airspace into manageable chunks. Sometimes when you're working a whole sector like a whole center by yourself, it's just so much airspace to cover. When you have I don't need to zoom in and out to see what's going on this. This is all perfectly spaced out that I can see everything that's happening without zooming in and out constantly. All right, so he's got 44. He's still got 410. This is just not going to work out here. Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee. Yeah, let's continue descent now. 12,000. The Toronto altimeter 2984.
12,000. 2984. Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee.
FedEx 691 Heavy, contact Toronto arrival now, 124.47, get 8.
Total arrival 124.47,
get 8.
So it's not 5 Charlie Echo, which runway can we expect at Toronto?
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, Toronto information is Mike, plan runway 248.
Roger, planning 248, thank you, it's not 5 Charlie Echo.
Let's see. That should be 12,000, not 1,200. Air Canada 825 Heavy, continue descent 7,000.
Continue descent 7,000 Air Canada 825 Heavy. And Toronto Center Walker 528 top of descent.
Walker 528 Toronto, when ready, descend flight level 240.
Flight level 240, Walker 528.
Walker 528, keep the speed up for me as much as possible in descent. Transition to speed 320 or faster.
Roger, Walker 528.
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo still gaining on the traffic ahead. Let's make it Mach decimal 73.
Yeah, Mach decimal 73, and we're also at the south descent. Not 5 Charlie Echo.
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, when ready, descend flight level 240.
Roger, level 2, correction. Roger, level 240, that's not 5 Charlie Echo.
Roger. Doing my best to keep the spacing. The spacing's not too bad for the most part here, but the key is to keep it. Make the next controller's life easy. It's really your job here, is to try and keep the airplane separate and also make the next guy's job easy by making sure they are as far apart as he needs them to be without having to do anything. All right. Even this is still, I'm going to have to give him a vector off course at some point just to kind of get some spacing back here. But it looks like we got a nice gap behind here. We have a nice wave of arrivals here, but it's going to kind of peter out right after that. So if I have to vector him off course, it's not a big deal at this point. Do I have holds? I have holds. I just don't know where they are. Holds at Ragged and IGSAP. There's airplanes in here, but it's not like a ridiculous number of airplanes. But everybody's straight in, which also just makes it a little bit more pronounced. It's very challenging for these guys when everybody's kind of straight in. There's not a lot of space in the terminal to maneuver people when they're all straight in. Make sure these guys are all set up with the correct arrival. Air Canada 7221 Heavy, contact Toronto arrival now, 124.47. See ya. Air Canada 1402 Heavy, continue descent 12-2000, Toronto altimeter 2984.
Continue descent to flight 130, altimeter, copy.
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, in transition speed 280 knots or less.
280 knots or less, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
Thank you. I mean, it's not terrible, and if I have to break this one guy off, I have to break the Lufthansa off for a short period of time to get him, just to get some spacing from the guy ahead. It's not going to be too bad because it's not going to create a bunch up behind him. This is sort of, this wave is petering out right here. I don't know when the next wave is getting here. I think there's a couple more that are, there's a couple more that are already on their way. But already it looks like it's starting to peter out a little bit. There's still tons and tons of people, but it's sort of coming in periodic waves here, so it's not doing too bad though. Now it's going to start going off for the next little while here, isn't it? Because they're just a little bit too close. They're descending to the same altitude. Looks like Picton Center here is having fun trying to get some spacing between all three of these guys. Yeah, it's just not working. He just keeps on gaining on him still. Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee, descend 7,000.
Descend 7,000, Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee.
Air Canada 825 Heavy, contact Toronto arrival now, 124.47, good 8.
124.47, Air Canada 825, yeah.
Here comes some more arrivals now. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, vectors for the sequence, turn left 20 degrees.
Left by 20 degrees, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
Thank you. That'll also help to get rid of the alarm here. I think I'm going to crank that alarm setting down a tiny bit here because it's going to keep going off for a while. I don't need a warning when it's 10 miles. Let's take it down to 8 miles. That'll get rid of that warning for the time being. Going to hold the Walker at 240 for a little while longer and give him a chance to just sort of get a little farther ahead. Oh, we got a guy who's going to be coming to our airspace here. You'll notice his tag's colored a little bit differently. It's white instead of yellow, which means he is going to enter our airspace here. Turn westbound on his way to Montreal, or eastbound on his way to Montreal. So we got a few people. They got a fairly steady stream of departures. That's what's quite impressed me as well. Is just looking at this, it's a very steady stream of departures. So there's quite a lot of non-event traffic out there flying this network, which is the way it should be. You know, at the end of the day, this is, yeah, you want to get a slot in the event, and a lot of people do. But if you don't, so what? No big deal. There's lots of other flying to be done. Walker 528, Toronto when ready to send 12,000. The Toronto altimeter 29er84.
Descend 12,000 when ready. Walker 528.
Here comes my Jazz flight. Okay, good stuff. Lots of people getting turned on final here, but it's nice and organized here. It really is. It's good. I should have assigned that FedEx the north side. I didn't even think about it. I was not even thinking about that. Huh. You know, and I should have. Oh well. Air Canada 1402, continue to send 7,000.
Continue descent to, could you repeat the flight level please? Flight Canada 1402.
Air Canada 1402 to send 7,000.
7,000, Air Canada 1402, thank you.
Gotcha.
Center Hello Jazz 416 with you, 312,700.
Jazz 416 Toronto, good day. Continue climb, flight level 330.
Climb flight level 330, Jazz 416.
Alright, so now the speeds are finally starting to match here. Now I could probably... I want to see a little bit more space just because it was so tight to begin with. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, continue descent 12, 12,000, Toronto altimeter 29er84.
Descending 12,000 and altimeter 29er84, this is 5 Charlie Echo.
Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee, contact Toronto arrival now 124.47, good day.
Toronto arrival 124.47 and Lufthansa 7 Papa Yankee, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, turn right direct Udnox, rejoin the Ragged 5 arrival.
Right direct, could you please repeat the waypoint?
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, right turn direct Udnox, Uniform Delta, November Oscar X-ray.
Fortunately, I don't have this waypoint on my star, so yeah.
Okay, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, just fly the present heading. I'll have a turn to... do you have Ragged in there next?
Yeah, absolutely, I have Ragged. That's the next waypoint.
Delta, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, roger. Continue present heading. I'll have Ragged for you in just another minute or two here.
Roger. Continue present. Mexico.
Walker 528, disregard. See, and this is what happens when you don't have good spacing, and I'm just sort of watching what's happening in the Picton second here, and it's not a criticism at all, but when you don't have good spacing to start with, to work with, you end up having to do a lot of wide maneuvering to try and get people spaced out nicely. So you want to do your best to not, when you're in control, you don't want to hand your problems to the next guy. You want to try and resolve them as best you can when they're in your airspace. 3-1.
Center for Walker 520, did you still need me to keep that speed up for you?
Yeah, Walker 520, I think you've got stronger winds than the traffic behind you. So yeah, if you can keep the speed 320 until you reach 10,000, please, and then 250 knots.
Roger, 320 until 10,000, Walker 528.
Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, turn right heading 320.
Right, 320, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
Where's German cargo? Okay, last call for Toronto. It's extremely wake. Was that German cargo to Lima Whiskey? German cargo to Lima Whiskey, Toronto, good day. Your identified flight level 360. Information in Toronto is a Mike. Plan runway 24 right. Roger. Walker 528 heavy, continue descent 7,000.
Continue descent to 7,000, Walker 528.
Air Canada 1402, contact Toronto arrival now, 124.47. Have a good day.
Toronto arrival 124.47, thank you very much, Canada 1402.
See ya. I don't know what happened to my distance here. I must have somehow removed it, because it's looking quite nice there. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, thank you for your help. Left turn direct Ragged, rejoin the Ragged 5 arrival.
Roger, left now to Ragged, direct Ragged, and then Ragged 5 arrival, no worries. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
German cargo to Lima Whiskey Toronto, when ready, descend flight level 240. German cargo to Lima Whiskey Toronto, when ready, descend flight level 240. Or not, you know, whatever. If you don't want to, I guess I can't make you do it. Jazz 416, proceed direct Miglo on course. Nice. So I bought like a good 10 miles of distance there, which is more than needed, but just gives the arrival controller a little bit of a breather, especially because I've got so much space behind here. And I'm really targeting a 20-mile in trail spacing because I know it's busy. I know that these guys are working hard. If I can't do it, then so be it. I'll do whatever I have to do, and I know the minimums. But if you can do more than the minimums, especially because it's sparse, it's not. There are obviously problems here. There are conflicts. Look at it. Just look at these conflicts here. See, this Air Canada here is still at 16,000. He's still doing 340 knots. The guy in front of him, who's only like 8-9 miles in front of him, is only doing 250 knots right now, ground speed. So this stream over here has been a challenge, but I think that's because this is also the event stream. You've been ditched? What do you mean you've been ditched? Did your controller leave you, Travis? I still haven't figured out where you are yet, so. But yeah, like and I'm not going to take credit for this because most of the work has been done before it gets to me. I'm just monitoring and maintaining the spacing. The work has been done on these event tracks based on the takeoff times and everything else, working out really nicely. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, continue descent 7,000.
Continue 7,000, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
And Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, I'm going to get you to slow to 250 knots now, please.
We have indicated 250 knots, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
Thank you. Walker 528, cross Denka at 220 knots.
Cross Denka 220 knots, Walker 528.
And it was pretty weak again. I believe that was German cargo to Lima Whiskey. When ready, descend flight level 240. Thank you. The fact that he's not accepting the handoff quickly also tells me he's a little bit saturated. I don't think he's crazy saturated. Look at the number of planes here. There's quite a few, but it's not a ridiculous number, but it's enough that it's obviously getting a little bit behind the arrival controller here. Who is the arrival controller here anyways? That's Brendan. Nah, I don't care. How are you on Unicom? Where are you? Are you like so far back behind the line? Like, where are you that you're dumped to Unicom already? I forget what you said you were doing. Did you say you were doing... I totally forget what you told me where you were leaving from. Oh, you were leaving from Brussels. You were leaving from Brussels. So where are you that they dumped you to Unicom already? Because I see all the ATC still being online. I'm gonna have to find you. Did we get a controller that just rage quit? I wouldn't know what that's like. I would never rage quit anything. Alright. I'm going to find you. One way or another, I'm going to find you here. One way or another, I'm going to find you. There you are. Okay, there you are. Show on map. Air Canada 856. So you are in... You're somewhere between Montreal and Gander, and they dumped you, huh? They're already dumping airplanes out. Like, there's still like a good, like... 30 minutes worth of airplanes to fly through Gander. I can't believe they're dumping anybody to Unicom yet. That bugs me. Because, like, you're in Gander. Yeah, you're just about in Montreal. Yeah, I found you now on the map. I found you. My shift's going to be over long before you get there. But I'm disappointed that they dumped the people to Unicom up there already. I don't know. Are they running out of controllers? I see lots of centers online. I see two Ganders and... 2 Ganders, 4 Monktons, and 5 Montreals. Like, there's a ton of centers. How are you on? Should I stop obsessing over this? And Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, slow now to 220 knots.
220 knots, Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo.
Just disappoints me. You know, you're still like in the thick of the traffic. There should be no Unicom whatsoever at this point. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo, thank you very much for all your help this afternoon. Contact Toronto arrival now 124.47. We'll see you next time.
Toronto arrival 124.47. Thank you for a great service. No worries. Lufthansa 5 Charlie Echo. Bye bye.
Take care. Yeah, I have to say that the planning team must have done a great job because everything is working out very well. The traffic is for the most part fairly well spaced out, and even when it comes in clumps, none of the clumps are the little clumps that appear here and there are isolated and infrequent enough that you can then spread them out again. It's not like in the past where it's been just a nonstop 4 hours. Here's an airplane every 10 miles. Like, you can't even deal with the level of traffic that's out there. You want to see what Toronto looks like on the ground? I can load that up if I remember which one I put it to here. I think it's this one. There it is. Yeah, it's actually really not that busy right now here in Toronto. Let me just zoom so you can see the whole thing, because the arrivals come in and then they usually log off fairly quickly, so it doesn't look, in departure land it looks a lot worse because you get all the departures. They sit on the gate for 30 minutes before they ever push back, 30 to 45 minutes, but here they pull up the gate and 5 minutes later they're disconnected from the network. So we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 planes on the ground in Toronto. It's not a whole heck of a lot. It's not a totally unworkable number or anything like that, which is good. I don't think the controllers on the ground in Toronto are working too hard today. The arrivals are all nicely spaced, but I mean, there's also departures too, which is good. Like, there's been quite a steady stream of departures out of Toronto, which is nice because that's the way it should be. There should always be a nice steady stream of departures. Go back to my view before I lose track of what's happening here. There we go. But there's not really much happening anyways. German cargo 2 Lima Whiskey Toronto, continue descent 12-1-2000. The Toronto altimeter 2984. No, he's on the amoeba. He just looks like he's kind of coming this way, but he must be off course a little bit or something. There are still some more airplanes out there, but I don't even know where they are anymore.
Center altitude check for Walker 528 at 7,000.
Walker 528, contact Toronto arrival now, 124.47. See ya.
124.47, take care, Walker 528.
Bye. Oh, my mistake. I did not hand him off. I thought I did. Obviously, I messed that up at some point. Oh well. But it seems like this is going to be the end of the traffic for quite a little while now. Because we got Brussels, Copenhagen, but these guys are all on the amoeba arrival. So the amoeba arrival is going to keep getting hit for a little while here, I believe. Yeah. But I do not see another arrival on our route here, on the ragged route, for probably at least another 30 minutes before they enter our airspace. So we're going to have a really kind of long blank period here. Oh, look, we got a VFR target out of Peterborough there. VFR out of Peterborough. I love it. Who's doing VFR out of Peterborough? Come on down. Yeah, so we got about 20 minutes more in our shift here. My shift, if you look in the corner there, is supposed to end at 21 Zulu. It's supposed to be replaced by somebody else. I forget who. And yeah, this is sort of petering out very quickly now. After these two guys leave, if we get any departures, we might see something. But I've got no more inbounds from the east. The next one is a good couple hundred miles back still. So probably at least 30 to 45 minutes before the next one enters our airspace from the east. So this may be kind of the end of my across the pond traffic today. I don't know if I'm going to stay on much longer. I'm debating whether or not to see if there's any other positions that need filling, but it seems like everything is well staffed today. This is, I've got to say, certainly from the perspective of the Toronto FIR, this has been one of the best staffed CTPs I've ever seen. Having a consistent set of 3 to 4 center controllers online. I think they had planned up to 5 center controllers online, which is a ridiculous number for this event. I mean, it's good to have that because then nobody is overworked and nobody is overwhelmed. But you know, I could probably be handling 2 sectors with the amount of traffic we got going on here. On the other hand, it does give you time to really focus and make sure your job gets done extremely well. Yeah, I love Cross the Pond for the amount of traffic that we get to deal with, but I really do wish that there was just more variety. And I'm happy to see like an eastbound, 1 or 2 eastbound flights here. I just wish there was more multi-directional variety, so because that's what makes it more interesting from a controlling standpoint. The lines, although the lines are an interesting challenge because you don't, if everybody's in a straight line, it can be hard to sort of create spacing where none exists. That could take a while, but I like the. Yeah, I would like it if it was more pseudo-random. Like I wish I could had the chance to participate in more other events, but it seems like every other event that ever gets scheduled is when I'm not available. And I go out of my way to make myself available for Cross the Pond. But yeah, like the F&O style events. Oh, we got 2 VFRs bombing around the patch in Peterborough there. I'll pull up the altimeter for Peterborough just in case they call and want anything from me here. There's the Peterborough altimeters. 2985. Oh, we got a 3rd one on the ground in Peterborough. I mean, yeah. Even then, when you get single airports, the trouble with that is everything still gets kind of focused on the one airport, and you still don't get that other proximate traffic sometimes. You know, like if there was an event in Toronto, all the traffic would be kind of in and out of Toronto, and you wouldn't even get too much traffic going other directions, you know, maybe even crossing north-south, because there is sometimes overflight traffic, not all the time, but there's quite a lot of overflight traffic from like the US Northeast that often goes to the Pacific Northwest that kind of comes across here. So even when you get single airport events, you do get more of a mix of arrivals, departures, various directions, but it still is very focused in one area. It still is not necessarily a totally realistic representation of what the real world is like. But I mean, it's VATSIM. It is what it is. Like there's only so much traffic out there. There's 2,100 people on the network today, but it's not quite as much as it's just not quite as much as the real world in most cases. Although in the COVID era, these controllers are bored out of their skulls. There's so little traffic. This is what a COVID era controller looks at all day long. Yeah, I wish for that sometimes too. I'm a big proponent of competition because I think that competition does bring out the best in everybody, and I heartily believe that. Having two networks competing with each other means that both networks have to work a little bit harder. Jazz 416, nope, you're in my airspace for about another 3 minutes.
Jazz 416, thank
Yeah,
you.
how's the view from 33?
Cloudy as I want, but it's getting better as we get closer to Montreal.
Now, are you really flying a CRJ9 or is it just a 7?
7, I'm on the beta team with Aerosol, so I have the 9, but it's fourth right now.
I'm excited to get the 900 as well.
So stoked. I'm actually in late off Jazz training on the 900, so this is the best I can get right now.
Well, one day we'll have to get together because I am an ex-Sky Regional pilot, so.
Ex-Sky Regional is in New Jazz?
Yep.
Welcome to the team, bud.
if I ever had to get to start my training. Too much time sitting at home for me as well, even if I'm technically on the payroll.
Yeah, same here. I've just been flying the couch and teaching back at home base, just on Cessnas and whatever I can find. It's been a grind.
Yep. Well, we'll slowly get back there. Are you on the recall list now?
Not in this round, no. I've got, hopefully after these buyouts, I can get back in. We'll see.
Well, good luck to you.
And to you too.
And there's the handoff. Jazz 416, pity, but over to Montreal Center now. 135.6. We'll see you next time.
135.6, Jazz 416. Good day.
See ya.
Taking that frequency in one ear and out the other.
135.6, 35.6.
35.6, good day.
See ya. German Cargo German Cargo 2 Lima Whiskey, continue descent 7,000. Toronto altimeter 29er84. I think I already said that to him. Yeah, now I'm getting bored because that's my second last pilot. After I hand off this German Cargo, that's it. No airplanes in my airspace for the foreseeable future. I don't see any departures listed out of Toronto. Pilot talk, you laid off? Yeah, you laid off too? Yeah. That's real pilot talk right there. Oh, that is so 2020, 2021 pilot talk. Because how do you know there's a pilot when you go to a party? How do you know there's a pilot in the room? Well, that's right. Don't worry, he'll tell you soon enough. Yes. And I'm sure there's no real world pilots on VATSIM. There's a lot of Jazz pilots flying on VATSIM. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. They're trying to keep up their skills. I ran into another one the other day, so there's quite a few Jazz pilots who are trying to keep up their skills on this network. It's a little bit sad, and I really hope that people start to get back in the flight deck soon. It's because the skill, you lose it so quickly. It's a skill that fades so quickly, and it's hard to get it back to the level it was. It takes a long time to get it to a really nice, well-polished skill level, and then it just fades so quickly if you stop using it. And so many, and this is the trouble with this business right now, so many people out of work and underemployed, and even those that are flying are not flying nearly as much as they used to. When I was working, I was flying a fraction of what I did the year before. Last year I probably flew about a third of what would be a normal year for me. And it's sometimes I do 2 or 3 flights in a month, and it's not enough to keep the skills sharp. It is just not enough, and there's so many guys that are in that boat. And then there's the guys that have been laid off for a year or more. When they get back in the airplane, it's just going to be, they're going to be overwhelmed again. And they'll get there, and guys will be, pilots are really, they're a really intense group. Like they know when they know what they know. They know when they need to study and when they really need to brush up on what they're doing. But it's tough. Even when you know it, it's still, even when you know you're behind the 8 ball, it's still tough. So I'm looking forward to getting back in the flight deck one of these days, and I'm sure most of the rest of these guys are too. And there'll be enough training to get them back up to speed, but it feels awkward. And even when I was flying and I was flying so infrequently, it felt awkward every time I got in the airplane because I wasn't there every day like before I was there, like every single day, like for 18 days a month you're going to work and you're sitting in the airplane. Now the last year I probably averaged maybe 10 days at work a month, if even that. And it's not that that's a bad thing, but it is for the skill. I don't mind being at home with the family and everything, but it's a skill you need to keep going. Anywho. Yeah, exactly. I hope no accidents happen. This is the thing: is pilots are a very conscientious group. They're very aware of the limitations of training and currency. And when you're out of the loop, you feel it. You really feel it. You get in the airplane and you're just like, whoa, what is going on here? Everyone slow down to about half the normal pace because I don't remember any of this. This just feels completely foreign to me. Will VATSIM get any credit? No, I don't think VATSIM's getting any credit for this, unfortunately. Well, these guys are going to town doing circuits in Peterborough. Come on, guys, do some VFR cross-country. Do some flight following. Go fly over to Trenton or Oshawa. There's control towers there. I will throw up an ATIS in Oshawa like that if you guys throw in a flight plan to Oshawa. Absolutely. Maybe I should throw up the ATIS to Oshawa just to see if I can lure anybody in. Of course, that being said, my shift ends in 10 minutes here, so I don't know if it's even worth doing that anymore. But and I forget who's supposed to take over from me here. Okay, I got it. Children. I got special delivery of a homemade chocolate chip cookie. I don't know if children are really allowed in the center, but I'm going to make an exception this once. Homemade chocolate chip cookie. Oh, it's so good. You should do some local flying. If you're from Hamilton, come and do some local flying. Do some VFR flying to the terminal. It's going to be a little bit quiet for the next half hour or so here. There's a few arrivals on this north arrival, but there's not much happening to the south. A bunch of these guys are probably Toronto bound as well. Okay, that's Chicago, Toronto, and then that's this guy here, Toronto. So we got some Toronto inbounds here, but some non-event traffic, because the event traffic's taking a little bit of a breather right now, I guess. Yeah. Well, it has been interesting to see how the community has grown thanks to COVID. Like Cross the Pond last year was just absolutely off the hook because of just everybody was sitting at home. Nobody was allowed to go out for any reason. So it made it absolutely. Last year was totally insane in the spring, and the fall was still pretty busy too. And even this event is pretty busy, but I don't think it's nearly as busy as the. I saw like a maximum of about 2,200 connections. I think we were well past 3,000. So I think the last two we smashed some records. This one is not going to be record setting. It's still good, but it's not going to be record setting like the previous ones have been. All right, handing off my last airplane. An arrival is board because he accepted it in a grand total of 6 seconds. German Cargo 2 Lima Whiskey, contact Toronto arrival now, 124.47. Have a good rest of your flight.
124.47, German Cargo 2 Lima Whiskey.
So yep. And that's it. And I got nobody else inbound. I got these guys doing circuits in Peterborough. If they go, oh, look, I think they're leaving. I think they're leaving Peterborough. Let's see where they're going. If they're going to Trenton or Oshawa. I don't normally like to eat on frequency, but that's one good cookie. It's big too. These kids know how to make good cookies. But yeah, I would imagine there's been a lot of pilots that have tried at least a little bit to use the sim to keep their skills somewhat fresh. I definitely have. Oh, that was really good. Probably like a half a pound of sugar in each cookie, but that's okay. But no, I absolutely have tried to use the sim to keep my skills fresh. Like my pilot's live stream, I've tried to conduct that especially as close to a real pilot career as possible. So like really like focusing on all the steps and processes of flying, not just the actual flying of the airplane, because the sim is not particularly realistic for the flying of the airplane itself, but more the flight management aspects, reading up on flight plans, analyzing flight plans, reading the NOTAMs. That's a skill. Like I mentioned that I think in my last pilot's live stream, that reading NOTAMs is a skill, and not just reading them, but being able to read them quickly, because your typical flight plan usually has about 3, 4, 5 pages of NOTAMs. And you have maybe 5 minutes to read through the whole flight plan and determine if it's going to be acceptable or if anything needs to change. So like being able to scan through a list of NOTAMs very quickly to see if anything's going to have a material impact on your flight and try and glean the information about what's going to be important out of them. That's a skill. So that's one that I've been trying to keep up. I don't know where they're going. They're kind of turning westbound. So I'm going to throw up an ATC in Oshawa here. Let's pull up that weather in Oshawa. Maybe they will land there, maybe they won't. I might as well have an ATIS. 2986, 190 at 10, gust 15. So, 2-2, I guess. Was it 2-2 or is it 2-3 now? Because it changed. I can never remember what the old and the new is. It changed like about 5 or 6 years ago. And let's see here. It's 2-3, so let's do 2-3 for arrivals and departures. And we're going to put these guys on my list. Arrivals, departures, Oshawa. And then I can throw up an ATIS in Oshawa. You need to be good at math to be a pilot. It helps, but like you don't need to be like a calculus master or anything, but just basic stuff. The reason why it helps is mostly double checking things. Just verifying that things make sense, like being able to look at something and verifying that things make sense when you look at it. Like, does the fuel uplift? Does it add up? Do you have the right amount of fuel? Really, you don't have to be a math whiz. It helps to have some good background math just to sort of ballpark and spitball some figures sometimes in your head. But yeah, you definitely don't have to be any kind of a math whiz to be a pilot. And plenty of pilots are not math whizzes. And it's one of those like there's always things that will help you as a pilot, but that you don't have to have, that will make it a little bit easier on you sometimes. Stop it! You're making me hungry. I missed that. Oh, Travis, if you can land in Toronto in the next 2 minutes, you can have a cookie. Yeah, definitely a flood of knowledge. People that want to share their knowledge. I've been doing it since before COVID, but COVID has pushed me more and more heavily into it because I don't have anything else to do, and it gives me something to kind of do with my day. And the funny thing about being a pilot is that pilots are very. It depends on how you want to go about being a pilot, first of all. But becoming a pilot is a very kind of weird career path in the sense that pilot training is completely independent of pretty much almost anything else you ever do. So it's not like you build through high school to go to attend university courses to become a pilot. Now, there are university courses where you can become a pilot. Yes, Western, I believe, has one. Seneca's got their program. And obviously in the States, you've got quite a few aviation universities, so you may be able to build to that. But if you're thinking about doing it independently, where it's just you just taking flying lessons on the side, then yeah, you don't need to necessarily be able to do advanced math. But advanced math helps if you're going to do things like if you're going to try and do like a university level aviation course and get your pilot's license through some kind of university degree program, then that's going to need then you're going to probably need certain math prerequisites. So it depends on how you want to get into it. If you're thinking Seneca College way, then you're probably going to need the advanced math, because they do a lot of advanced stuff. They do a lot of interesting courses in Seneca, and that includes things like business management and whatnot. There's also aerodynamics and aerodynamics courses and all sorts of other things like that. So if you're going to do like a college or university level aviation program, you're going to probably need a lot of you're gonna need the advanced math. So it depends on how you're gonna do it. If you're planning on doing just like flying lessons at the local school on the side without doing the university and the college course, then you won't need that. Then you won't need the math so much. So, but it can't hurt to be good at math. Like I said, like I often use my own personal math just out of my head, just to double check things. On a flight plan, I'll just mentally sort of add things up, make sure they make sense. And if something doesn't, then I might actually pull out a calculator. I'll pull out a calculator on my phone or whatever to really verify things if it's totally out to lunch. But it helps. It definitely helps if you got a little bit of math in there. All right. Well, that's supposedly the end of my shift. I don't know where my relief is, if they're going to be here anytime soon. So I'm just going to go searching for them a little bit here. I don't see. Oh, I think I see him. Because I mean, it's not going to be much of a handoff briefing at this point. Nothing is happening. Your control. That's going to be the extent of my briefing at this point. Sadly. Where are you, Travis? There you are. You're getting down here. You're about, I would estimate you're probably about 90 minutes to landing, Travis. That's my best estimate based on where you are right now on VATSIM there. Yeah, this guy's not going to be in our airspace. Here's the VFR guys. I think they must have done some touch and goes. There's a field here. I think Campbellford or something, I think, has a little airport down there. So, oh no, sorry, Campbellford's over here. What would be here? I don't even know what would be there. They're just landing in a farm field, I think, down there. I don't think there's anything now. I'm going to look it up. Because I don't remember there being too many airports in that direction. But that being said, there's always farmers that have private strips everywhere. You don't even realize until you go become a pilot. You start looking around, you're like, oh, that guy's got a strip on his farm. So I'm going to look it up here on, I'm going to pull up a VFR chart and see. There are a few private fields in that area. Canton. So there's a private field called Canton. There's a few in around Port Hope. And they're in the air. They're westbound again, so they might well be heading now. Yeah. So there's a couple of restricted private fields north of Port Hope that they probably landed at one of those. But they're westbound again. I noticed they're westbound. They're kind of heading towards Oshawa, so maybe they will pull up into Oshawa. Let's see if I should have. Oh, I don't actually know because I reinstalled everything, so I probably don't actually have. I have to, yeah, there's nothing for Oshawa, so we're going to have to create one here. That's fine. We can do that. Just got to activate some settings to make it look pretty. There we go. let's just see if I can turn on just a little bit more as well. Turn on that, and then that should be good. Get some taxiway labels on there, and voila, now we got the Oshawa Airport up and running here. Right about there. There you go, something like that. And that's Oshawa. So if they decide they want to come to Oshawa, I now have the ground view up. I can watch them land there, because there ain't much else going on. It looks like they might be coming in there. Looks like they're making a beeline for Oshawa now. Good stuff. Hopefully they'll call us up here. Can I? Nope. I can't chat them up. What up? Sweet nothing. Well, I think you're about to have 3 arrivals in Oshawa. So I got a grand total of 0 to tell you right now, but I can, if you're ready, I can give you a little bit of actually information about what's going on. Just let me know when you're ready. Yeah. But yeah, I got a NATIS up in Oshawa, and I got 3 VFRs inbound by the looks of it. They haven't talked to me yet, but just based on the watching them on the radar here. Oh, are they going to city? I don't know. I just have 3 VFR targets. So I don't know anything about them. Yeah, so I don't know. It looks like they're coming. I don't know if they're doing touch and goes or if they're continuing or what they're doing, but hopefully they're going to call here shortly. I'll ping them in a second here. They don't start calling me very soon here. VFR aircraft 5 miles east of Oshawa. Are you on frequency? All right, I'm going to ping them again.
Toronto Center, Zulu November Bravo, good morning. Or good afternoon, sorry.
Zulu November Bravo, Toronto, good afternoon.
Toronto Center. Got Echo Yankee Zulu.
First, Zulu November Bravo, Toronto, say position and intentions.
Currently about 30 nautical miles to the east of Oshawa at 2,020 feet. Looking to fly VFR to Oshawa and then continue to Toronto City.
Zulu November Bravo, are you flying through the control zone, or did you want to land or do a touch and go into Oshawa?
I wanted to land or do a touch and go in Oshawa for Zulu November Bravo.
Zulu November Bravo, information in Oshawa is Golf, runway 23 for arrival, altimeter 2986, join a left base for runway 23.
2986, and we'll join a left base for runway, runway 23 for Zulu November Bravo.
Echo Yankee Zulu, Toronto, say position and intentions.
And that'd be the same intentions for Echo Yankee Zulu.
Okay, Echo Yankee Zulu, I just have a bunch of VFR targets flying around, so say your position.
We are 1.5 mile north of Oshawa.
Echo Yankee Zulu, runway 23, the altimeter 2986, information is Golf. You're cleared straight in runway 23.
Roger, so straight in 23 for Echo Yankee Zulu.
And Echo Yankee Zulu, did you just want to do a touch and go?
Yeah, and then we'll be on our way to Toronto City.
Echo Yankee Zulu, Roger. Winds are showing 200 at 10 gust 15. You're cleared touch and go runway 23. Straight out departures approved.
Roger, so touch and go runway 23. Echo Yankee Zulu. Hi, hello, it's the
And sorry, last call. What was the call sign?
Heli XP2.
Heli XP2 Toronto, say position and intentions. Heli XP2 Toronto, say position and intentions.
Okay, I'm like an article mile from, I was wondering what to do with touch and go Heli XP2.
And Heli XP2, sorry, are you 1 mile east of the field right now at 1500, squawking 1500?
Roger, Heli XP2.
Heli XP2 Toronto, okay. Fly present heading, your number 2 for runway 23, altimeter 2986.
Fly current heading, number 2 for runway 23, altimeter 2986, Heli XP2.
Heli XP2, thank you. Join a right downwind, runway 23.
Running right down, runway 23, Heli XP2.
And we'll extend our base for Zulu November Bravo.
Yankee Echo Zulu, could we just do some patterns while we wait for the other aircraft?
Echo Yankee Zulu, that's approved. You can make it a right-hand circuit.
Roger, right-hand circuit, runway 23 for Echo Yankee Zulu.
And Zulu November Bravo, you're number 1. Cleared the touch and go runway 23.
Clear touch and go runway 23 for Zulu November Bravo, and just so you know, we'll be doing an auto rotation.
Zulu November Bravo, roger, that's approved.
Alright, approved for auto rotation runway 23 for Zulu November Bravo.
All right, I think I finally figured out who these guys are. I don't know. Okay, so this is this guy. Now I'm starting to get it. And Zulu November Bravo, on this go, are you going to be staying in the circuit or departing?
We'll be departing for Zulu November Bravo.
Roger, Zulu November Bravo, straight out departures approved. And Echo Yankee Zulu, you can turn the base now.
Turn right base, Echo Yankee Zulu.
Heli XP9, your traffic is about 4 miles ahead. It's about to turn. Actually, Heli XP9, I'll tell you what, you can turn inside them. You're number 2 to traffic, just approaching the numbers.
Can you repeat that, Heli XP2?
Heli XP9, your number 2 traffic is just over the numbers.
Roger, yeah.
runway 23 for Zulu November Bravo to stay out of the way of the traffic.
And Heli EXP9, yeah, it's not going to work. Pull up and go around, make a right-hand circuit.
Roger, do a right taxi.
Zulu November Bravo, clear of 23, and we're looking to continue straight to Toronto City.
Zulu November Bravo, Roger, straight out departures approved.
Alright, straight out departures approved for Zulu November Bravo, thank you. And can we get height for cloud cover for Zulu November Bravo?
Echo Yankee Zulu, clear runway 32.
And sorry, Echo Yankee Zulu, Toronto standby. I got too many screens open here. And Echo Yankee Zulu Toronto, yeah, you can join final for runway 23 whenever you're ready.
Echo Yankee Zulu, we've already touched and go. We're resuming route to Toronto City following Zulu November Bravo.
Okay, Echo Yankee Zulu, you're cleared back through the Oshawa control zone en route to City.
Perfect.
And it's Charlie Golf. And that was really faint, I think, just because of the position, because that's Walker 646 at 340. Yeah, Walker 646, your signal will get stronger as you get a little closer. You're welcome aboard 340.
Center Zulu November Bravo, could we just get the altitude for cloud tops, please?
Zulu November Bravo, Oshawa weather is showing scattered at 19,000.
Alright, roger that for Zulu November Bravo.
Zulu November Bravo, you're about to leave the Oshawa control zone to the southwest. Contact Toronto Terminal now 128.8 for flight following.
128.8 for Zulu November Bravo.
Heli XB9, same for you. You're about to leave the Oshawa control zone to the southwest. Contact Toronto Terminal now 128.8 for flight following. Have a good day.
128.8, Heli XP.
All right, guys, so that's it. I got the handoff done. We are now shutting her down. It's been a lot of fun, guys. Missed a whole bunch of chat here, so... still on Unicom, huh? Jeez. That's the ETE 112. Montreal Center, finally. Yeah, I can't believe you were on Unicom for that long, because I see enough sectors up there. There should be people handling you. But anyways, I am logging off now. If anybody... I'm going to go check and just see if anybody else needs any relief, so I don't know if the stream's going to keep going. But regardless, thank you guys for watching today. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something, and I will... hopefully, I'll have some more posts in my Discord when I get a chance to figure out when I'm going to do some more streaming. It's going to be a little bit challenging, kids home from school and everything during the week, but we will find some time to do some more streaming. So keep an eye on my Discord. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and that was a lot of fun.